Imagine being so goddamn powerful that the strongest villain alive, the man who has never feared anything in his entire life, drops to his knees the moment you look at him. That's not power. That's something older than power. And Izuku Midoriya, he was born with it. Didn't earn it, didn't train for it. He just was it.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
There is a story the world does not know yet. A story about a boy born with a mark on his forehead and a fire in his blood that had burned once before, in another life, in another age, when demons walked the earth and only one man stood between humanity and extinction. That man's name was Yoriichi Tsugikuni. He lived, he fought. He died with grief etched into every breath he ever took, carrying the weight of every soul he could not save. And when his spirit finally passed beyond the veil of the living, the universe, or whatever force sits at the center of all things, decided that it was not done with him. Not yet, because the world still needed the sun. It just did not know it. Izuku Midoriya gave birth to a boy on a humid July evening in Musutafu General Hospital. The delivery was normal. The child was healthy, 7 pounds, 4 ounces. Dark green hair, still wet, 2 tiny fists balled up against his chest. And right there, in the center of his forehead, a birthmark the color of a dying flame. Red, almost glowing, shaped like a tongue of fire licking toward the sky. The nurses stared at it. The doctor paused. Inko, exhausted and half delirious from labor, reached up and touched it with her thumb. "It's warm," she whispered. The doctor told her it was a vascular birthmark. Harmless, would probably fade. It never faded, and it was never harmless. The boy's name was Izuku Midoriya. And from the moment he opened his eyes for the first time, those dark green, impossibly calm eyes that seemed to look through things rather than at them, the world had already changed. It just had not caught up yet. By age 3, most children had manifested their quirks. Fire, telekinesis, extra joints, horns, wings. The usual lottery of genetic chaos that defined this era. Izuku's mother could pull small objects toward her. His father, absent since before Izuku could remember, could breathe fire. The quirk counselor at the local clinic ran every test available. The results came back strange. His body temperature ran hotter than any child on record. His reflexes were off the charts, not just fast, but impossibly precise, as if his nervous system was operating on a different frequency than the rest of the human race. His lung capacity was triple what it should have been for a child his size, and when they hooked electrodes to his head and asked him to focus, the brain scan lit up in patterns the technician had never seen before. "It's like his entire body is optimized," the counselor told Inko, flipping through pages of data he did not fully understand. "Every system is worth peak efficiency. Heart, lungs, muscles, bones, everything." "So what is his quirk?" Inko asked. The counselor looked at her, looked at the boy sitting quietly in the chair, watching a butterfly outside the window with the kind of patient attention most adults could not manage. "We don't know. They registered it as Blessed Sun because of the birthmark and the heat signatures, and because they had to call it something. But that name was a placeholder, a label slapped on a phenomenon nobody had the framework to understand. Izuku did not care about the label. He cared about the butterfly. He grew up quiet. A shy child avoids the world because it overwhelms them. A quiet child watches the world because they are already processing it faster than anyone around them. Izuku was the second kind. He smiled easily. He helped other children without being asked. He picked up fallen things and returned them. He spoke in short, gentle sentences that carried a strange weight, like a boy who had already lived a very long life and was just doing it again. Inko noticed it first, the way he would sit on the porch some evenings and watch the sunset with an expression she could not name. Not sadness, exactly. Something deeper, something that should not have been on the face of a child. "Izuku," she said once, sitting beside him. "What are you thinking about?" He looked at her, those calm, transparent eyes. He smiled, and it was warm, genuine, full of love for her. But somewhere behind it, there was something else, something ancient. "I was thinking about how beautiful it is," he said softly, "and how I hope it never goes away." He was 4 years old. By 5, Inko realized he could see things other people could not. He told her the neighbor's cat was sick before the neighbor knew. He said the old woman down the street had something wrong with her lungs, and 3 weeks later, she was diagnosed with pneumonia. He described it simply, the way a child might describe a picture in a book. Her breathing is wrong inside. The air is not reaching where it should. Transparent world. He could see the interior of living things, muscles, organs, blood flow, the micro movements of joints and tendons that telegraph every action before it happens. He was born with it. He did not train for it. It was simply there, like a window that had always been open. By 6, he found the breathing. It happened on its own. He was running in the park, not competitively, just running, feeling the air fill his lungs. And something clicked, a rhythm, a pattern. Inhale through the nose in a specific count, hold. Exhale through the mouth in a specific ratio. And when he locked into it, the world slowed down. His body lit up from the inside. He could feel the blood moving through his veins like rivers of warm light. His muscles hummed. The air tasted like fire. He stopped running. He stood in the middle of the park, breathing, and the grass around his feet began to steam. A jogger passing by stumbled and stared. The steam was rising in a perfect circle around the boy, and the boy was just standing there with his eyes closed and a look of absolute peace on his face, like he had just remembered something he had forgotten a long time ago. He went home that night and told his mother he wanted a sword. Inko understandably said no. He asked again the next day, and the next. Always politely, always with the same quiet certainty. On the 4th day, he explained why. "My body remembers things, Mom, things I have never learned. There are movements inside me, patterns, forms, and they need a blade to be complete. I do not know how I know this, but I know it the way I know how to breathe." Inko looked at her son, 6 years old, standing in the kitchen with his hands folded in front of him, that flame-shaped mark glowing faintly on his forehead, speaking with the calm conviction of a man 3 times his age. She did not fully understand, but she believed him, because when Izuku said something with that look in his eyes, it was not a request, it was a truth arriving. She found a swordsmith, a retired craftsman named Tetsuya, who lived on the outskirts of the city and made decorative blades for collectors. She told him her son needed a training sword. Something safe. Tetsuya took one look at Izuku, who had come along and was examining the forge with quiet fascination, and said, "That boy does not need a training sword. He's 6. I know how old he is. I also know what I see." What Tetsuya saw, he never fully explained, but he spent 3 weeks forging a blade, black steel, shorter than a standard katana, sized for a growing boy but balanced with the precision of a master weapon. The edge was real. The weight was real. When Izuku held it for the first time with his fingers wrapped around the handle like they had done this 10,000 times before, he bowed to Tetsuya, deep, respectful, the kind of bow a student gives a teacher who has given them something sacred. "Thank you," he said. "I will honor this blade." Tetsuya watched him walk away. He told his wife that night that he had just met someone who was going to change the world, and his wife told him to stop being dramatic and finish his dinner. Izuku trained alone, every morning, every evening, in the backyard, then in the nearby forest when the backyard became too small. He moved through forms he had never been taught, forms that flowed from his body like water, finding its way downhill, his breathing locked in. The air around him shimmered with heat. The blade sang. The blade sang. He did not know the names of the forms yet. They came to him over time like memories surfacing from deep water. First form, dance. Second form, clear blue sky. He whispered them to himself as he practiced, and each name felt like coming home. By age 7, Izuku Midoriya could move faster than the eye could track, cut through solid wood without slowing down, and see every living thing around him from the inside out. And that was the year the world got its first glimpse of what the sun could do. The forest was called Dagoba Woods, the woods on the northern edge of Musutafu, where the trees were thick and the trails were winding, and parents brought their kids on weekends because it felt safe. Away from the noise of the city, 7 children were playing near a creek. Katsuki Bakugo was one of them. He was loud, aggressive, already showing off the sparking explosions that crackled from his palms like firecrackers. The other kids followed him because Katsuki was strong and confident, and being near strong, confident people made you feel strong and confident too. That is how children work. That is how adults work too, if they are honest about it. Izuku was there, but not with the group. He sat on a rock near the water, watching the creek move, his small black blade laid across his knees in its sheath. The other kids thought he was weird. The quiet boy with the mark on his forehead who carried a sword everywhere and never seemed to get upset about anything. Katsuki called him strange. "Why do you always carry that thing?" Katsuki had asked him once, pointing at the sword. "Because it is part of me," Izuku said simply. Katsuki had squinted at him like he was trying to solve a puzzle and walked away. The villain came from the tree line. His name was Goto Asahi. Petty criminal. Enhancement type quirk. His muscles could inflate to 3 times their size, turning him into something that looked like a truck made of flesh. He was running from a robbery gone wrong, bleeding from a cut on his face, desperate, cornered, and high on adrenaline. He crashed through the brush and found himself in a clearing full of children. The smart thing would have been to keep running, but Goto was not smart. He was panicking, and panicking people will do terrible things. He grabbed the nearest child, a girl with pigtails who screamed so loud the birds scattered from the trees, and held her up like a shield. His muscles bulged. His eyes were wild. "Nobody move," he screamed. "I'll crush her. I'll do it." The children froze. Katsuki stepped forward, explosions sparking in his palms, his face twisted with rage and something else, something he would never admit was fear. "Let her go, you piece of... Back off, kid!" Goto's arm tightened around the girl. She screamed again. Tears streaked down her face. The heroes were not coming. The nearest patrol was 12 minutes out. 12 minutes. Might as well have been 12 hours. Then Izuku stood up from his rock. He set his feet on the ground, picked up a thick branch that had fallen from a nearby oak, about 3 feet long, solid wood, the bark rough under his fingers, and looked at Goto Asahi with those transparent green eyes. Goto felt something shift. He did not know what, but the hair on his arm stood up, and a voice somewhere deep in his lizard brain told him to drop the girl and run. He ignored it. People always ignore the voice. Izuku breathed. Inhale, hold. Exhale. The air around him shimmered. The leaves on the ground near his feet curled and browned, then began to smoke. He took 1 step forward. "Put her down," he said. Goto laughed, nervous, loud. "Or what, kid? You gonna hit me with a stick?" Izuku swung the branch, 1 motion, horizontal, so fast the wood caught fire from the friction alone, a trail of flame arcing through the air like a whip made of sunlight. The burning branch connected with Goto's neck, right where the muscle met the jaw, with a crack that echoed off the trees. The wood shattered on impact. Goto's eyes rolled back. His arms went limp. The girl fell, and Izuku was already there, catching her with his free hand before she hit the ground, lowering her gently to the grass. Goto hit the dirt face first. He did not get back up. The clearing was silent, the kind of silence that happens when reality bends in front of people, and they are still trying to process what their eyes just showed them. The girl clung to Izuku's shirt and sobbed. He held her gently, 1 hand on the back of her head, his face calm, like this was something he had done before. Katsuki Bakugo stood 10 feet away. His explosions had stopped. His hands hung at his sides. His mouth was open. He stared at Izuku, at the smoking remnants of the branch scattered on the ground, at the unconscious villain, at the boy who had just moved faster than anything Katsuki had ever seen and ended a fight that should have been impossible for any child to win. Izuku looked at him. Those eyes, dark green, clear, seeing everything. He smiled. "Are you hurt, Katsuki?" Katsuki said nothing, because in that moment, standing in a forest clearing with smoke still curling from the ground, watching a 7-year-old boy hold a crying girl with the calm of someone who had done this 1,000 times, Katsuki Bakugo understood something that would define the rest of his life. This boy was not his rival. This boy was not in the same category as him. This boy was something else entirely. Katsuki's hands trembled. Not from fear of the villain, from what he had just seen in Izuku's eyes when he swung that branch. The heroes arrived 11 minutes later. They found the villain unconscious with a bruise the size of a fist on his neck, 7 children sitting by the creek, and one boy with a flame-shaped mark on his forehead sitting apart from the others, his sheathed sword across his knees, watching the water again. The report listed the incident as resolved by bystander intervention. Nobody investigated further. Nobody connected the dots. Not yet. The years between 7 and 14 were quiet. There is a difference. Izuku trained every day. Mornings in the forest, evenings on the rooftop of his apartment building where the city lights blurred the stars and the wind carried the distant sound of sirens. He moved through the forms with increasing fluency, his body growing taller, leaner, harder, but built the way a blade is built, every muscle in service of a purpose. Nothing wasted. His mother watched him grow with a mixture of pride and something she could not name. Love, yes, always love. But also the slow, dawning understanding that her son was not entirely hers, that there was something inside him, something vast and old and lonely, that she could not reach no matter how hard she tried. She loved him anyway. She loved him harder for it. Izuku loved her back with a fierceness that was quiet and absolute. He cooked for her, he cleaned the apartment, he sat with her on the couch and watched terrible reality television, and laughed at the parts she laughed at. And sometimes she would look over and see that he was watching her instead of the screen, and his expression was so tender and so sad at the same time that it made her chest ache. "Why do you look at me like that?" she asked once. "Because you are here," he said, "and I am grateful." She did not know what to say to that. She hugged him. He hugged her back, and he held on a little too long, the way someone holds on when they have lost people before and are determined not to lose anyone again. He grew tall. By 14, he stood at 5'10", with the frame of someone who would be over 6 feet by the time he stopped growing. His dark green hair was long now, tied back loosely with a simple cord falling past his shoulders. The birthmark on his forehead had not faded. If anything, it had deepened, a rich, burning red that seemed to pulse faintly in certain light. His face was calm. High cheekbones, a jaw that was filling out from boyhood into something sharper, and eyes that looked through everything they touched. People described them differently. Some said they were peaceful. Some said they were unnerving. One teacher at his middle school wrote in his file, "Midoriya gives the impression of someone watching the world from a great height." He had few friends. Not because he was disliked. People gravitated toward him the way they gravitate toward warmth, but because the distance between who he was and who everyone else was made real friendship difficult. He was kind to everyone. He helped anyone who asked. He sat with lonely kids at lunch and listened to them talk, and his listening was so complete, so genuine, that people walked away feeling like they had been truly heard for the first time in their lives. But nobody got close. Because getting close to Izuku meant getting close to the silence behind his eyes, and most people were not ready for what lived there. Katsuki Bakugo was the exception, in a strange way, not a friend. Something more complicated. Since the forest, Katsuki had been circling Izuku like a planet trapped in the gravity of a star it could not escape. He challenged him constantly. Verbal jabs, physical confrontations, that relentless, burning need to prove that the gap between them was not as wide as he feared. Izuku never fought back. Not because he could not, because there was no reason to. He dodged Katsuki's explosions with that same infuriating calm, and when Katsuki raged and demanded to know why Izuku would not take him seriously, Izuku would look at him with those transparent eyes and say something like, "I take you very seriously, Katsuki. You are strong. But strength without peace is just pain wearing a mask." Katsuki would explode, literally and figuratively, and Izuku would walk away, unburned, untouched, with his sword on his back and the sunset painting his shadow long across the ground. Teachers noticed the dynamic. They noticed a lot of things about Izuku. The way he sat in class with perfect posture, never fidgeting, never distracted, absorbing information with the quiet efficiency of someone who was reviewing material they had already mastered in a different life. His grades were perfect. His conduct was spotless. His physical assessments were so far beyond the curve that the gym teacher stopped putting numbers on them and just wrote exceptional with an underline. The sword was a problem for the school. Weapons were not allowed on campus. Izuku complied without argument and left it at home during school hours, but everyone knew he carried it everywhere else. The principal made a note. A recommendation was filed with the local hero registry. Student displays unusual physical abilities consistent with a high-level combat quirk, potential for hero track. Recommend observation. Observation. That was the polite word. What they meant was, keep an eye on this one. Because nobody quite knew what to do with a boy who moved like a legend from an age that never existed, and then it was time for UA. The morning of the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya stood in front of the mirror in his small bedroom and tied his hair back. He pulled on a simple black, long-sleeved shirt, dark pants, and the strap that held his katana across his back. The blade had grown with him. Tetsuya had reforged it twice over the years, lengthening it, perfecting the balance until it was a full katana with a black-wrapped handle and a blade that looked dark until it caught the light, and then it shimmered like oil on water. Inko made him breakfast. Rice, grilled fish, miso soup. He ate, savoring each bite, because Izuku treated every meal like it might be his last and every moment with his mother like it was borrowed time. "Are you nervous?" she asked. He looked up, smiled. That warm, gentle smile that made her heart hurt. "I do not get nervous, Mom. I will be fine." "I know you will. She trailed off. Her eyes were wet. "I just want you to be happy." He stood. He walked to her. He placed his hand on her shoulder, gently, the way you touch something precious, and said, "I am happy because I have you." She cried. He held her. Then he left. The walk to UA took 40 minutes. He could have taken the train, but he preferred to walk. The morning air was cool. The city was waking up. Somewhere, a baker was pulling bread from an oven, and the smell reached him 4 blocks away because his senses were ridiculous and always had been. He arrived at the gates of UA and stopped. The building was massive. Glass and steel and ambition made physical. Hundreds of kids swarmed toward the entrance, bright-eyed, nervous, chattering about quirks and scores and who had the best chance. Some were flashy, some were scared. Some were both. Izuku walked through them like a river through stones. He did not push. He did not hurry. He simply moved, and people made room without quite knowing why. Something about him, the height, the calm, the sword on his back, the red mark on his forehead, made people step aside. Not out of fear, out of instinct. The same instinct that tells you to step off the train tracks before you hear the train. At the entrance, a brown-haired girl tripped on a crack in the pavement, her arms pinwheeled. She was about to eat concrete. Izuku caught her, one hand on her arm, smooth, effortless, like catching a leaf falling from a tree. She looked up, round face, brown eyes, a blush already spreading across her cheeks. "Oh, thank you. I'm so clumsy. Please be careful," he said, soft, warm, a small smile. She stared at him for a moment, the birthmark, the hair, the eyes that seemed to see through her and somehow make her feel safer for it. "I'm Ochako Uraraka," she blurted. "Izuku Midoriya," he said. He gave a slight bow. "Good luck today, Uraraka." He walked away. She stood there. Her face was the color of a tomato. A kid next to her asked if she was okay, and she said, "Yep," in a voice 2 octaves higher than normal, and walked into a pillar. Inside the auditorium, Present Mike gave the briefing. Loud. Energetic. The crowd buzzed. Izuku sat near the back, arms crossed, blade propped against the seat beside him. He listened. He absorbed. He said nothing. Katsuki was there, somewhere in the front rows. Izuku could feel him, that angry, burning energy, like a bonfire that refused to go out. He did not look for him. There was no need. A blue-haired boy with glasses stood up and started asking questions about the exam format, pointing at people, demanding order. Ida Tenya. Izuku noted his posture, his intensity, the engines in his calves. Dedicated, rigid. A good person trapped inside a framework too small for him. Izuku looked at him with the transparent world and saw the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw clenched, the elevated heart rate of someone who was trying very hard to be perfect because he was terrified of being anything less. The briefing ended. The students were bussed to the exam site, a massive replica city 10 blocks wide, filled with robots of varying difficulty. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, and somewhere in there, the 0-pointer, the big one. the one that was supposed to be avoided. The gates opened. Everyone sprinted. Izuku walked. He adjusted the katana on his back. He breathed. That specific rhythm, the one that made the air shimmer around him, the one that turned his body into a furnace wrapped in human skin. A one-pointer came at him from the left. 8 feet tall, metal, fast. Izuku drew his blade. The movement was so smooth it looked like the sword had always been in his hand. The blade turned red, a deep burning crimson that made the air warp around it. Heat radiated outward. The pavement cracked under his feet. First form, he said quiet, almost to himself. Dance. One horizontal arc, a crescent of solar fire that cut through the air and through the robot like it was paper. The top half slid off the bottom half and hit the ground. The edges where the blade had passed glowed white hot, the metal melting and dripping like candle wax. Izuku walked on. A two-pointer charged from the right. Then another. Then 3 more from down the street. He did not stop walking. Third form, raging sun. 2 simultaneous horizontal slashes, wide. The heat wave alone knocked debris sideways. 5 robots became 10 halves. They collapsed in a heap of smoking metal. He kept walking. From a rooftop, a student with a tail like Quirk watched him pass below. His mouth was hanging open. He tried to say something. Nothing came out. From an alley, a girl with earphone jacks in her earlobes leaned out and saw the trail of destroyed robots Izuku had left behind him. A straight line of glowing wreckage stretching back 3 blocks. She looked at the boy walking calmly through the center of the street with a red-hot sword, his hair drifting in the heat, and she turned to the girl next to her and said, "Who the hell is that?" Nobody answered. Nobody knew. Izuku moved through the exam site with the ease of someone taking a morning stroll through a garden that happened to be full of giant robots. He did not rush. He did not chase points. The robots came to him, drawn by noise, by movement, by programming, and they fell. A 3-pointer came around a corner at full speed. He thrust the blade forward. Ninth form. Sunflower thrust. The blade punched through the robot's chest plate, through its core processor, and out the back. He pulled it free. The robot fell forward. He stepped to the side to let it pass. Another 3-pointer tried to grab him from behind. He spun. 8th form. Fire wheel. A full-body rotation, the blade tracing a complete circle of red flame. The robot's arms fell first, then its head, then everything else. He sheathed the blade. Silence. He was at the center of a 4-way intersection. 12 destroyed robots around him. He had not broken a sweat. His breathing was even. His expression was the same as it had been when he walked through the gates, and then the ground shook. Everyone felt it. A deep, rumbling tremor that rattled windows and cracked pavement. Students looked up. Some of them froze. Some of them screamed. The 0-pointer rose from behind the buildings like a god of steel and wrath. 200 feet tall. Tank treads the size of buses. A single glowing eye that swept the streets with cold light. It moved forward and the buildings around it crumbled like sandcastles. Students ran. All of them. Every direction. Primal, screaming, scrambling panic. Because the 0-pointer was not a test. It was a wall. You did not fight the wall. You ran from the wall. That was the lesson. That was the point. Uraraka did not run. She could not. Her foot was pinned under a slab of concrete, debris from a collapsing wall. She pulled, she pushed, she screamed. The 0-pointer's shadow fell over her like a curtain closing on the last act of a very short play. Someone, please. The control room was chaos. Monitors showed the 0-pointer advancing. Cameras tracked students fleeing. In the teacher's observation booth, a dozen pros watched with varying degrees of tension. "Should we pull it?" one of them asked. "Not yet," another said. "The system has safety protocols." "That thing is going to..." "Wait," Aizawa said it. One word. "Flat." His eyes were on a specific monitor, the one showing the green-haired boy with the sword standing in the intersection, looking up at the 0-pointer with no expression at all. "What is he doing?" someone asked. "Watch," Aizawa said. Izuku looked at the 0-pointer. He looked at Uraraka, pinned, crying, reaching out. He looked at the distance between them. He looked at the robot's arm, already rising, already coming down. He closed his eyes. He breathed. And then he erased himself, the selfless state. His presence vanished. His body was still there, still standing in the intersection, still holding the sword, but everything else was gone. No aura, no intent, no signal. To every sensor in the exam site, to every person watching, to every camera in the control room, it was as if the space where Izuku stood had simply become empty. Aizawa leaned forward. His eyes narrowed. Where did he? Izuku moved. He covered the 3 blocks between himself and the zero-pointer in less than a second. Not running. Launching. The pavement where he had been standing cratered and then cracked in a spiderweb pattern that spread 20 feet in every direction. The sonic boom hit half a second after he was already gone. Shattering every window on the block, he passed Uraraka. As he moved, he reached down, without slowing, without looking, with a precision that should have been impossible at that speed, and pushed the slab of concrete off her leg with one hand. The slab flew sideways and embedded itself in a building wall. Uraraka gasped. Her leg was free. She looked up. He was already in the air, 200 feet up, rising like a comet, trailing heat, his blade drawn and burning red so bright that students on the ground could not look at it without shielding their eyes. He was level with the zero-pointer's face now, and the robot's sensors, designed to track movement, to target threats, to calculate response, registered nothing. Because in the selfless state, Izuku did not exist to machines any more than he existed to men. He raised the blade above his head. He breathed. 13th form. His voice was quiet. The words were not for anyone but himself. A prayer. A memory. A key turning in a lock that opened something that should never have needed to be opened for a school entrance exam. All 12 forms, one after the other. Continuous. A spiral of red solar fire that wrapped around his body as he fell through the zero-pointer like a meteor through paper. He cut from the head down through the torso, through the core, through the legs. Each form was a different angle, a different direction, a different wave of heat that burned through metal and circuitry and structural reinforcement like it was nothing, like it was less than nothing. The zero-pointer did not explode. It dissolved. The top began to glow, then the middle, then the bottom. The entire structure turned white-hot from the inside out, the steel vaporizing, the circuits melting, the frame coming apart not in pieces but in light. A column of red fire shot into the sky. Visible from blocks away, visible from the control room, visible from the streets outside UA, where civilians stopped and pointed and asked each other what the hell that was, Izuku landed on the ground below where the zero-pointer had been. His feet touched the pavement without a sound. He stood. He turned. The blade was still red, still burning, still putting heat into the air that made the street shimmer like a summer highway. He sheathed it. Behind him, the glowing remnants of the zero-pointer rained down like fireflies. Tiny pieces of superheated metal, cooling as they fell, turning from white to orange to a dull, harmless gray before they reached the ground. It looked like it was raining embers. It looked like the sky was celebrating. Nobody moved. The entire exam site was frozen. Students who had been running stood with their mouths open, staring at the empty space where 200 feet of robot had been. Students who had been fighting one-pointers forgot the one-pointers. A boy with red and white hair standing on a rooftop 3 blocks away lowered the hand he had been about to use and stared with both eyes, the gray one and the blue one, wide and unblinking. In the control room, every screen showed the same feed. Different angles, same result. A boy. A sword. A zero-pointer reduced to nothing. All Might, standing at the back of the room in his skeletal true form, gripped the edge of the console so hard the metal bent under his fingers. His sunken eyes were wide. His breath had stopped. For a reason he could not fully articulate, his entire body was trembling, not with fear, not with excitement, but with the overwhelming, crushing certainty that he was watching something the world had not seen in a very, very long time. Who? He started. Izuku Midoriya, Aizawa said. His voice was flat, but his eyes were not. Quirkless on the original registry, updated to Blessed Sun. No further details in the file. That is not a quirk, All Might said quietly. That is a force of nature. Nobody disagreed. On the ground, Izuku walked back to Uraraka. She was still sitting where he had freed her, clutching her injured leg, staring at the sky with her mouth open and tears drying on her cheeks. He knelt beside her. He looked at her leg. The transparent world showed him the fracture, the swelling, the stress on the bone, hairline, painful but not dangerous. He extended his hand. "Please be careful," he said. The same words as the morning, the same soft, warm voice. as if he had not just erased a 200-foot robot from existence with a sword. Uraraka looked at his hand. She looked at his face, the birthmark, the calm eyes, the faint, gentle smile. She took his hand. "You," she whispered. What are you?" He helped her to her feet. He steadied her. He looked at the sky where the last embers were fading. "Just a student," he said. Somewhere in the crowd, someone started clapping, slow, then faster. Then someone else joined, then a dozen, then 100. The applause spread like wildfire through the exam site. Students, staff, rescue robots that had paused in their cleanup to watch. Everyone clapping because they had just witnessed something none of them had a word for. Izuku turned away. He walked toward the exit. He did not look back. Behind him, Katsuki Bakugo stood on a pile of rubble he had earned through his own explosions, covered in soot, breathing hard from a fight he had won through sheer aggression and will. He had destroyed 28 robots. It was a spectacular performance by any measure. He was not looking at his score. He was looking at the empty sky where the zero-pointer had been. His hands shook. His jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached. And something inside his chest, the thing he had been trying to outrun since a forest clearing 7 years ago, tightened like a fist. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were burning. Not with anger. Not entirely. With the absolute, bone-deep understanding that no matter how hard he ran, no matter how loud he screamed, no matter how many explosions he set off, the sun was always going to be ahead of him. And there was nothing he could do about it except decide what that meant. The acceptance letter arrived 3 days later. Izuku opened it at the kitchen table while Inko hovered behind him like a helicopter parent in a war zone, a hologram of All Might. The real, muscle-bound, 1,000-watt smile All Might popped up and delivered the standard congratulations speech. Top of the practical exam, top of the written exam, most points any student had ever scored in the history of UA's entrance exam, practical or otherwise. A perfect score on the written with additional notes from 3 separate graders who independently flagged his answers as demonstrating an understanding of hero theory beyond graduate level. He also received a note handwritten from Principal Nezu. It said, "I would very much like to meet you, Mr. Midoriya, at your earliest convenience." Izuku read it. He folded it neatly. He looked at his mother. "I got in." Inko burst into tears. Happy ones. She hugged him so hard his ribs creaked, and he held her and closed his eyes and let himself feel the warmth of it, the simple human warmth of a mother loving her son. And for a moment, the ancient, bottomless grief behind his eyes receded just enough for him to be 14 years old. Just for a moment. The first day of UA smelled like fresh paint and anxiety. Class 1A was full when Izuku arrived. He walked through the door with his katana on his back. UA had granted special permission after a very long meeting between Nezu, Aizawa, and the Hero Commission, during which the Commission's representative had said, "Absolutely not." And Nezu had said, "I think you'll find it prudent to make an exception." And the representative had looked at Izuku's exam footage and said, "Fine," and found a seat near the window. Conversations stopped when he entered. Not all of them. Just the ones near the door, which created a ripple effect that silenced the room in about 4 seconds flat. Heads turned. Eyes tracked the sword. A girl with pink skin and horns leaned over to the boy next to her and whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Is that a real sword?" Izuku set the blade against his desk, sat down, and looked out the window. "Yes," he said, without turning around. The pink girl, Mina Ashido, made a face that was equal parts impressed and terrified. The boy next to her, Eijiro Kirishima, red hair, sharp teeth, grinned wide. "That's so manly." Katsuki was already in his seat, feet on the desk, arms crossed, radiating hostility like a space heater radiates warmth. He looked at Izuku. Izuku looked at him. The room temperature did not change, but everyone felt like it did. "Midoriya," Katsuki said. Low. Rough. He refused to call him by his first name. That was Katsuki's line in the sand. "Good morning, Katsuki," Izuku said. Warm. Genuine. Like greeting an old friend. Katsuki's eye twitched. He looked away. The door banged open, and a man in a yellow sleeping bag rolled into the classroom like the world's most depressing burrito. He stood up, unzipped himself, and stared at the class with bloodshot eyes that screamed, "I have not slept since 2003, and I am not starting now." Shota Aizawa, Erasure Hero, Eraserhead, Pro hero, underground legend, teacher of class 1A. I'm your homeroom teacher. Get changed. Meet me outside in 5 minutes. He looked at Izuku as he said it. Held the look for 1 second longer than everyone else. Izuku met his gaze with those calm, transparent eyes. Aizawa looked away first. He did not like that. The quirk assessment test. Aizawa's personal filter for separating the serious from the wasted potential. 50-yard dash, grip test, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, sit-ups, seated toe touch, endurance run. The student who ranks last gets expelled, Aizawa said. Flat, bored, deadly serious. The class erupted. Complaints, protests. One girl, Momo Yaoyorozu, tall, composed, already calculating, raised her hand to object to the fairness. Aizawa shut them all down with a look. Izuku said nothing. He stood at the back of the group with his hands at his sides, his katana temporarily removed at Aizawa's instruction. No weapons for the assessment, and his expression unchanged. Because the test did not concern him. Not because he was arrogant. Because he could see with the transparent world every muscle fiber and tendon and heartbeat in every student around him, and he already knew the outcome. The 50-yard dash came first. Ida blitzed it with his engine quirk, 3.04 seconds. Impressive. Katsuki used explosions to blast himself forward, 4.113 seconds. The class oohed and ahead. Izuku stepped to the line. He breathed. 1 cycle. The air shimmered. He moved. The timer registered 0.8 seconds, not 0.8 seconds for the dash. 0.8 seconds for the timer to react to the fact that he had already crossed the finish line before the starting signal fully processed. The digital display glitched, reset, showed the number. Glitched again. Aizawa stared at the readout, looked at Izuku, who was already walking back to the group. Do it again, Aizawa said. Izuku walked back to the starting line. He ran again 0.7 seconds. Ida's glasses fogged up. Not from heat, from his brain trying to process what his eyes had just told it. Grip test. The machine measured up to 500 kilograms. Izuku squeezed. The machine cracked. The needle swung past 500, kept going, and then the device made a sound that machines make when they're being asked to measure something they were not designed for, and died. The number, Aizawa said. It broke. Izuku said simply. Aizawa wrote something in his notebook. His pen moved a little too fast, standing long jump. Izuku cleared the sandbox, and the field behind it. He landed at the base of the school's outer wall, 160 meters from the starting point, and walked back with his hands in his pockets. Seated toe touch. He folded forward with the fluid ease of someone whose body had been trained in flexibility since birth, or before it, and touched his forehead to his knees. Repeated side steps. He moved so fast he left after images. Literal, visible after images. Heat mirages of his form hanging in the air for a fraction of a second before dissolving. Mina shrieked. She thought there were 3 of him. Sit-ups. He did 500 in the allotted time and showed no sign of stopping. Aizawa told him to stop. He stopped, and then the ball throw. This was the one. Everyone knew it. This was the event where power showed itself. Uraraka went first. She touched the ball, activated her quirk, and sent it floating into the atmosphere. Infinity. The class cheered. Uraraka pumped her fist, then Katsuki. He reared back, loaded an explosion into his palm, and launched the ball with a detonation that rattled the windows. 705 meters. He turned to the class and grinned. That's what a real score looks like. Then Izuku. He stepped into the circle. He held the ball in his right hand. He looked at it. Such a small thing. Dense rubber and polymer. It fit in his palm. He did not use the sword. He did not use a form. He just drew his arm back and threw. The sound was wrong. Not a whoosh. Not a crack. A tearing sound like the air itself was being ripped open. The ball left his hand and broke the sound barrier before it cleared the first 100 meters. The sonic boom hit the class like a wall. Hair blew back, clothes rippled. Mineta fell over and Aizawa had to brace himself with 1 foot back. The ball went up, and up, and up, until it was a dot, until the dot disappeared, until the tracking system followed it through the atmosphere, and the number on Aizawa's phone climbed and climbed, and then the screen showed a number. Everyone leaned in. Aizawa held up the phone. The class stared. Silence. Then Kaminari said, very quietly, Is that in kilometers? It was. The ball had exited the tracking system's effective range. The last recorded number was an estimate based on trajectory and speed at point of measurement. The estimate was absurd. The estimate was a number that did not belong next to a high school student's name. Aizawa put the phone down. He looked at Izuku. Izuku stood in the circle, his arms still extended from the throw, his expression unchanged. "Come here," Aizawa said. Izuku walked to him. Aizawa's hair floated up, his eyes glowed red. Erasure activated, the full force of it, aimed directly at the boy standing 3 feet in front of him. The power surged, the binding cloth twitched at his shoulders. Every quirk in a direct line from Aizawa's gaze should have shut off like a light switch. Izuku looked at him. The air around Izuku still shimmered with heat. His eyes were still clear. The birthmark on his forehead still pulsed. Nothing had changed. Nothing at all. Aizawa pushed harder. He felt the resistance, like trying to erase the ocean, like trying to stare down the sky and tell it to stop being blue. Izuku tilted his head slightly. Politely. The way you tilt your head at a friend who has told a joke you do not quite understand. "You cannot erase the sun, Sensei." He said it without pride, without challenge, without mockery. He said it like a fact, like telling someone the sky was blue or water was wet. Aizawa deactivated his quirk. His eyes stopped glowing. His hair fell. For a long moment, he said nothing. He just looked at Izuku with an expression that was difficult to read, part assessment, part resignation, part something else that might have been respect or might have been fear or might have been both. "Go back to the group," he said finally. Izuku bowed slightly. "Yes, Sensei." He walked back. The class parted for him like water. Nobody spoke. Then Katsuki exploded. He launched himself from the group with a blast from both palms, screaming, "Midoriya!" with every ounce of rage and frustration and wounded pride that had been building since a forest clearing 7 years ago. His right hand was loaded. Nitroglycerin sweat ignited. He swung at Izuku's face with everything he had. Izuku moved. Not fast. Casually. He turned, caught Katsuki's wrist with his left hand. The explosion died in his grip. The heat, absorbed by his body like a candle flame absorbed by the sun, twisted, swept Katsuki's legs out from under him with one smooth motion, and planted him face first in the dirt. Total elapsed time, less than a second. Katsuki hit the ground hard. The air left his lungs. He tried to push up. Izuku's hand was on the back of his head. Not pressing hard, not hurting him. Just there. A firm, immovable weight. Izuku leaned down. His voice was quiet. Only Katsuki could hear him. "Your anger makes your movements sloppy, Katsuki. Breathe." Katsuki's fingers dug into the dirt. His shoulders shook. His teeth were bared. But he did not try to get up again, because the hand on his head was warm and steady, and there was something in the way Izuku said his name, not mocking, not cruel, just honest, that made the rage crack, just a little, and something raw and wounded leaked through. Izuku stood. He offered his hand to Katsuki. Katsuki slapped it away. He got up on his own. Dirt on his face. Fire in his eyes. He opened his mouth, closed it, walked away. Nobody laughed. Nobody laughed because it was not funny. It was not a schoolyard scuffle. It was something else, something quiet and heavy and final, like watching someone realize they were standing at the base of a mountain they had been pretending was a hill. Aizawa watched. He wrote in his notebook. He did not show anyone what he wrote. Later that night, in his office, he would open a private channel to Principal Nezu and type 4 words. "We have a problem." Nezu's response came in 30 seconds. "No, we have an opportunity. The question is whether we are wise enough to recognize it." Aizawa closed his laptop. He did not sleep well that night, but that was nothing new. The first week of classes was a recalibration for everyone involved. Izuku attended every lecture. He took notes in neat, precise handwriting. He answered questions when called upon, always correctly, always briefly. He excelled in heroics theory, battle strategy, and rescue protocols. He was quiet during group discussions, letting others talk, only speaking when he had something to add, and when he spoke, the room went quiet, because what he said was always exactly right, and delivered with the calm certainty of someone who had already seen the answer before the question was asked. The other students orbited him in different ways. Uraraka sat next to him whenever she could. She talked to him about everything and nothing. Her parents, her dreams, the cafeteria food that was seriously amazing. "Midoriya, have you tried the katsudon?" And he listened with that genuine, warm attention that made people feel like they were the only person in the room. She made him smile. Genuinely smile, not the polite, distant smile he gave everyone else. but the real one that reached his eyes and softened the ancient sadness behind them. She did not know why she could do that. He did not tell her, but he was grateful for it, and he showed it in small ways. Saving her a seat, handing her notes she had missed, catching her every time she tripped, which was often. Ida treated him with rigid, formal respect. Midoriya, your performance in today's exercise was exemplary, that gradually, over the course of several interactions, thawed into something warmer. Ida was earnest. Genuine. He believed in rules and order and the power of doing things correctly. Izuku respected that. When Ida asked him about sword maintenance one afternoon, Izuku spent 20 minutes explaining the process with a patience and detail that surprised Ida, because most people treated his questions as annoying. Izuku treated them as important. You care deeply about the things that matter to you, Izuku told him. That is a rare quality. Do not let anyone make you feel small for it. Ida adjusted his glasses. His eyes were suspiciously bright. Thank you, Midoriya. Todoroki watched him from a distance. Always watching. Gray eye and blue eye tracking Izuku with the quiet intensity of someone studying a phenomenon they cannot explain. They had not spoken much yet. Todoroki was a wall of ice in more ways than one, but the watching was constant. And Izuku knew. He always knew. One afternoon in the hallway between classes, Todoroki stopped him. Your quirk, Todoroki said. No greeting. No preamble. It's fire-based. Partially, Izuku said. I saw what you did at the entrance exam. That level of heat generation, it shouldn't be possible with a standard fire quirk. Izuku looked at him. The transparent world showed him everything. The cold on Todoroki's left side, the fire burning low on his right, the tension in his body that came from keeping half of himself locked away. And deeper, the scar, the old pain, the anger at a father who saw his children as tools. You are carrying something heavy, Izuku said quietly. I can see it in the way you hold yourself. Your left side, you avoid it, not because you cannot use it, because you are afraid of what it means. Todoroki's expression cracked, just for an instant, a flash of something vulnerable and raw before the ice closed over it again. You don't know what you're talking about. I know pain when I see it, Izuku said. No judgment, no pressure, just truth offered gently. And I know that refusing to use half of yourself does not punish the one who hurt you. It only punishes you. He walked away. Todoroki stood in the hallway for a long time after that, his fists clenched, his breath uneven, staring at the floor with both eyes burning. Katsuki did not orbit Izuku. Katsuki crashed into him, repeatedly, in combat training, in the hallways, in the lunchroom. Every interaction was a challenge. Every look was a gauntlet thrown. And every time Izuku met him with the same quiet calm, the same warm eyes, the same gentle acknowledgement of Katsuki's strength, followed by the unspoken, undeniable reality that it was not enough. It was driving Katsuki insane. Not the losing. Katsuki had never truly lost to Izuku in a formal match because there had never been a formal match. What was driving him insane was the certainty. The absolute, unshakable certainty in Izuku's eyes every time they faced each other. The look that said, I know how this ends. I have always known. Katsuki trained harder, pushed himself further, woke up earlier, stayed later. His explosions got bigger. His combat instincts sharpened. He was, by any objective measure, an extraordinary talent. The kind of student who would have been the undisputed top of any class in any year. Except this year. Because this year the sun was in his class. The battle trial came 2 weeks in. All Might taught it. He stood at the front of the class in his massive, grinning form, 7 feet of golden age heroism, and explained the exercise. Teams of 2. Heroes versus villains. One team defends a mock nuclear weapon in a building. The other team infiltrates and captures it, or the defenders. The teams were drawn by lottery, different from canon. Everything was different now. Izuku was paired with Momo Yaoyorozu. Their opponents, Katsuki Bakugo and Ida Tenya, defending. In the prep room, Momo laid out a tactical approach. She was brilliant. Her mind moved fast, her quirk was versatile, and she had clearly studied combat theory extensively. She drew diagrams, she mapped entry points, she calculated probabilities. Izuku listened. He nodded at appropriate moments. When she finished, she looked at him expectantly. That is a strong plan, he said. Yaoyorozu, you are very capable. You should lead. She blinked. Lead? But you're capable of improvising. You are capable of structuring. Structure wins more battles than raw power. He paused, smiled. and I will handle Katsuki. She stared at him. Then she smiled back, a real smile, surprised and warm, and said, "All right, let's go." The exercise began. Momo moved through the building with the precision of a chess player, creating tools and distractions from her body as she went. Flash grenades, binding tape, a small drone she sent down the hallway to scout. She was good. Genuinely good. Izuku walked up the stairs. He did not sneak. He did not hide. His footsteps echoed through the stairwell, calm, measured, unhurried. Each step was a countdown that Katsuki could hear through the building's walls. Katsuki was waiting on the 3rd floor. He had told Ida to guard the weapon. He did not care about the weapon. He cared about one thing. Midoriya! Katsuki came through the wall, literally through it. A full-powered explosion that blew out the plaster and sent debris flying. He was fast. He was furious. His gauntlets were loaded. Izuku did not draw his blade. He did not need it for this. Katsuki swung. Right hook, explosion boosted. Izuku leaned back. The blast scorched the air where his face had been. Katsuki followed with a left, a spinning kick loaded with smaller detonations. Izuku stepped inside the arc, placed one hand on Katsuki's chest, and pushed. Katsuki went through the opposite wall. The push looked casual, the result was not. "Your power is impressive, Katsuki," Izuku said, stepping through the hole. "Your anger is wasting it." Katsuki roared. He fired both gauntlets, the massive, concentrated blasts that were his trump card, the ones that hit like a cannon. The hallway filled with fire and noise and pressure. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was standing in the same spot. His shirt was singed at the edges. His hair had come loose from the tie and hung around his face. His expression had not changed. "Is that all?" he asked, not taunting, genuinely asking. Katsuki's hands shook. He charged again. Close combat, the area where he was most dangerous, where his explosions could fire at point-blank range, and his combat instincts were the sharpest. Izuku blocked every strike. Not with effort, with efficiency. Each of Katsuki's punches met an open palm. Each explosion was absorbed or redirected. Each kick was anticipated and turned aside. The transparent world showed Izuku every contraction of every muscle in Katsuki's body before it fired. He was reading Katsuki like a book written in a language only he could understand. 30 seconds of Katsuki giving everything he had. 30 seconds of Izuku handling it with the ease of a parent catching a toddler's fists. Then Izuku moved. One strike, open palm to the solar plexus. Not hard enough to injure. Hard enough to end it. Katsuki doubled over. The air left him. His vision went white. He hit his knees. Izuku crouched in front of him. He placed one hand on Katsuki's shoulder. Steady. Warm. "You are strong, Katsuki. Stronger than almost anyone I have ever met. But you fight like you are trying to prove something to someone who is not in the room." He paused. "When you learn to fight for yourself, for the version of you that you want to become, you will be extraordinary." Katsuki looked up at him. Sweat. Tears that he would deny until his last breath. And in his eyes, behind the rage, behind the pride, something that might have been the beginning of understanding. Meanwhile, Momo had neutralized Ida with a combination of flashbang grenades and capture tape, executed with the kind of tactical precision that would have made a military strategist proud. She secured the weapon. "Hero team wins," All Might announced. His voice was bright, but his eyes, behind the smile, behind the facade, were fixed on the monitor showing Izuku crouching in front of Katsuki, and the expression on his face was complicated. After the exercise, in the teacher's lounge, All Might turned to Aizawa. He held back. Obviously, Aizawa said. He was grading papers, he'd not look up. "No, you don't understand. He held back everything. That was not a fraction of his power. That was him pretending to be a fraction of his power." The boy could have ended that fight before it started. He could have ended it before Bakugo finished saying his name. Aizawa put his pen down. He looked at All Might. "I know." "Then why aren't you more concerned?" "Because I watched his entrance exam footage 47 times, and every time the thing that stood out was not the power. It was the moment he stopped to free the girl before going after the robot. It was the way he landed after destroying it and immediately checked on her. It was the expression on his face when it was over. Not pride, not excitement. Sadness." Aizawa picked up his pen again. "Whatever that boy is, he is not a threat. He is the opposite of a threat. And that is what worries me." "Why?" "Because people like that attract the worst kinds of attention." All Might said nothing, because Aizawa was right, and they both knew it. 3 weeks later, the USJ happened, the unforeseen simulation joint, a massive training facility designed to simulate various disaster scenarios, flood zones, landslide areas, fire zones, storm zones. Class 1A was scheduled for a rescue training exercise. 13, the space hero, was leading the session. Aizawa was present as backup. The class arrived by bus. The facility was enormous, a domed structure the size of a sports stadium, divided into sections, each one a different environment. It was impressive. It was state-of-the-art. It was also about to become a war zone. They were 20 minutes into the introduction when the fountain at the center of the facility flickered. The lights dimmed. A dark, swirling portal opened in the air, black and purple like a wound in reality, and from it they poured. Villains. Dozens of them. Then more. Then more. Armed, masked, quirk-enhanced, and led by two figures standing at the center of the portal's edge. Tamura Shigaraki, pale, scarred, covered in severed hands like trophies of a broken mind. His eyes were red and frenzied behind the fingers of the hand on his face, and his voice came out scratchy and wrong like nails on a chalkboard. And beside him, silent and massive, the Nomu. 8 feet tall. Dark skin stretched over muscles that should not have existed on any living thing. Its brain was exposed. Its eyes were empty. It was a weapon made of suffering. Multiple quirks forced into a body that had been reshaped and rebuilt until the person it used to be was gone. Izuku saw it with the transparent world and felt something crack inside his chest. The Nomu's interior was wrong, twisted, stitched together organs that did not match. Bones that had been broken and rehealed in different configurations. A heart beating at a rhythm that was forced, not natural. Multiple quirk factors layered on top of each other like paint over paint over paint, each one bleeding into the next. It was not a monster. It was a victim. And Izuku, the boy who carried the grief of a man who had once walked through fields of dead demon slayers and wept for every one of them, felt that grief rise now, ancient and heavy and bottomless, but that was for later. For now, there were students behind him, and students did not die on his watch. "Stay behind me," he said. He turned to face the class. His voice was calm. His eyes were steady. "All of you, stay behind me." "Midoriya," Aizawa started. "Sensei. With respect, you should protect the students. I will handle what is coming." Aizawa opened his mouth, closed it. He looked at Izuku, at the red mark burning on his forehead, at the hand already resting on the handle of the black katana, at the absolute depthless calm in those green eyes. And for the first time in his career, Shota Aizawa deferred to a student. "Everyone, stay with 13, he said. "Nobody moves, nobody engages." "But," Kirishima started. "That is not a suggestion." Izuku walked forward. He walked down the stairs toward the center of the facility where Shigaraki stood grinning and the Nomu waited and 50-plus villains fanned out across the different zones. He walked alone. His footsteps were the only sound. Shigaraki watched him come. His grin widened. "Oh? One student? They sent one student?" He laughed. It was an ugly sound. "This is a game, right? It has to be a game. Where's All Might? We came for All Might." Izuku stopped 20 feet from him. He looked at Shigaraki. Then he looked at the Nomu. His hand tightened on the blade. "These people have strayed from the path of humanity," he said. Then he looked at the Nomu directly, at the emptiness in its eyes, at the suffering encoded in every cell of its broken body. "You have suffered greatly," he said, softly, gently, with a sadness that filled the space between them like the tolling of a bell. "Rest now." He drew the blade. It turned red, a deep burning crimson that made the air shriek with heat. The temperature in the USJ spiked. The villain closest to Izuku stumbled back and felt the skin on his face tighten like he had leaned too close to a bonfire. The Nomu charged. It was fast. Absurdly, grotesquely fast for something its size, a blur of dark muscle that crossed 20 feet in a heartbeat. Its fist came down like a sledgehammer aimed at a nail. Izuku sidestepped. 1 inch. He moved 1 inch to the left, and the Nomu's fist cratered the concrete where he had been standing, sending shockwaves through the ground that knocked nearby villains off their feet. "Second form," Izuku said. "Clear blue sky." He spun. A full 360-degree rotation, the red blade tracing a perfect circle of solar fire around him. The fire expanded outward in a wave, a ring of burning light that hit the Nomu at chest height. Both arms came off. Clean. Instant. The blade burned through muscle and bone, and whatever enhanced material had been layered over the Nomu's skeleton, and the heat cauterized everything it touched. No blood, no mess. Just two massive arms hitting the ground and beginning to smoke, and the stumps where they had been glowing with red heat that seared the wound shut and kept searing. The Nomu's regeneration kicked in. Or tried to. The cells at the wound site began to multiply and then burned. The solar flames embedded in the cut refused to let them heal. The regeneration pushed. The fire pushed back. The regeneration lost. Shigaraki's grin vanished. What did you? The Nomu lurched forward. Still fighting. Still obeying whatever programming had been beaten into it. It tried to headbutt Izuku, its exposed brain aimed at him like a battering ram. Izuku raised the blade. Vertical. The Nomu's forehead hit the flat of the blade and stopped dead. The ground beneath Izuku's feet cracked from the impact. His hair blew back. His eyes did not blink. He held the Nomu there, forehead to blade, looking into those empty, suffering eyes. Fourth form. Burning bones. Summer sun. An upward rising arc. The blade swept up from the point of contact, carving a line of solar fire from the Nomu's forehead to the sky. The Nomu split. Not in half. The cut was precise, targeted, aimed at the cluster of quirk factors that Izuku's transparent world could see tangled in the creature's chest like a knot of corrupted nerves. The blade severed them. Cleanly. Permanently. The Nomu's body went limp. It fell forward, hit the ground, and did not move. Silence. Then chaos. The villains broke. Not attacked. Broke. Half of them turned and ran toward the portal. The other half froze in place, staring at the green-haired boy standing over the motionless body of the creature they had been told was strong enough to kill All Might. Shigaraki screamed, "No, no, 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 no. That's not. This was supposed to be..." His hands went to his face, scratching, pulling, the fingers digging into his skin. "This is wrong. This is wrong. This is... You cheated. You cheated." Izuku looked at him. Shigaraki felt it then. The look. Those green eyes, transparent and deep, and older than any teenager's eyes had any right to be, settling on him with a weight that made his knees buckle. He did not know why. He did not understand the biology of it. The way the selfless state worked, the way Izuku could toggle his presence on and off, the way turning it back on after the Nomu fight hit Shigaraki's nervous system like a spotlight hitting a cockroach. But he felt it. Every survival instinct in Tamura Shigaraki's body fired at once. The flight response hit him like a truck. His legs went liquid. His hands shook. The fingers on his face clattered together. Izuku entered the selfless state. He vanished. One moment he was standing over the Nomu. The next, the space was empty. Shigaraki spun. Left. Right. His eyes darted. His breathing came in ragged gasps. Where? Where did he? A voice. Behind him, close enough to feel the warmth of breath on his neck. "If you value your life, you will leave and never return." Shigaraki turned. Izuku was there. The red blade was an inch from his throat. Not touching, not cutting. Just there. A horizon. A boundary. A line drawn in fire that meant, cross this and you stop existing. Shigaraki's knees hit the ground. He did not decide to kneel. His body decided for him. Every muscle gave out at once because the primitive, ancient part of his brain, the part that remembered what it was like to be prey, recognized what was standing in front of him, and it said, "Do not move. Do not breathe. Do not do anything that might draw its attention." Izuku looked down at him. And on his face, not anger, pity. A quiet, genuine pity for a broken man kneeling in the dust with hands on his face and rage in his heart and no idea what to do with any of it. "Kurogiri," Shigaraki whispered. His voice cracked. "Get me out! Get me out now!" The portal opened. Shigaraki crawled into it. He did not look back. The villains who remained were sucked in after him, the portal expanding, pulling, swallowing them. And then it closed, and the USJ was quiet. Izuku sheathed his blade. He stood in the center of the facility, the wrecked fountain behind him, the motionless Nomu at his feet, the scorch marks on the ground tracing the arcs of his forms like calligraphy written in fire. He looked tired. Not physically. The kind of tired that comes from seeing suffering and knowing there will be more of it. He turned. He looked up at the staircase where Class 1A stood, clustered behind 13. Every single one of them staring at him with expressions ranging from awe to terror to something in between that did not have a name. Uraraka had both hands pressed over her mouth. Her eyes were wide and shining. Ida's glasses had slipped down his nose, and he had not noticed. Todoroki stood apart from the group, leaning against the railing, and his face was a mask. But his left hand, the fire hand, was clenched at his side, and the skin was warm. Katsuki had not moved. He stood at the front of the group, both hands at his sides, and he was not shaking. Not this time. This time his expression was something else, something quiet, something that might have burst the first step toward acceptance or might have been the last step of denial, and neither he nor anyone else could tell the difference. Aizawa looked at Izuku. Izuku looked back. "Is anyone hurt?" Izuku asked. Aizawa shook his head. "Good," Izuku said. He sat down on the steps. He placed the katana across his knees. He closed his eyes. The pros arrived 8 minutes later. All Might in the lead, bursting through the doors in his muscle form, fists clenched, ready for war. He found a destroyed facility, an unconscious Nomu, 0 casualties, and a green-haired boy sitting on the steps with his eyes closed and his sword across his lap, looking like he was meditating. All Might stood there, fists still raised, the grin still on his face, because the grin was always on his face. But behind it, behind the blue eyes and the blonde hair and the symbol of peace, something shifted. Something that had been settling into place since the entrance exam footage clicked fully into alignment. He lowered his fists. He walked to Izuku. He sat down beside him. "Young Midoriya," he said. Izuku opened his eyes. "All Might. You protected them." "Yes. Are you all right?" Izuku was quiet for a moment. He looked at the Nomu's body, buff, still lying where it had fallen. "Someone made that," he said softly. "Someone took a person and turned them into a weapon, forced quirks into them until the person was gone, and only the weapon remained." His voice was steady, but the sadness in it was the kind that settles in your chest and stays. I could see the pain inside it, every fused nerve, every broken bone, every piece that did not belong. It was alive, and it was suffering, and no one cared. He paused. "I ended its suffering, but I could not undo it, and that is..." He trailed off. "That is the part that stays with me." All Might was silent for a long time. Then he put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, gently, the way a father might. "You have a good heart, young man, one of the best I have ever encountered, and I have encountered many." Izuku looked at him, those transparent eyes. He saw All Might's interior, the injury, the missing organs, the damage that a legendary career had left on a body that was running on fumes and willpower. He saw it all. He said nothing about it. Not yet. He just nodded, and something passed between them, an understanding older than words, deeper than explanation. And then the moment was over, and the cleanup began. The weeks between the USJ and the sports festival were a transformation. Not of Izuku, who remained exactly who he was, but of the world around him. News of the USJ attack leaked. Not the full story, the school tried to contain it, but enough. A villain attack on UA. A student who fought back. A creature designed to kill All Might, neutralized by a first year with a sword. The internet went insane. Blurry footage from a student's phone, someone had filmed from the staircase during the final moments, showed a green-haired figure standing over a massive body with a glowing red blade. The video was 30 seconds long, shaky, barely watchable. It got 40 million views in 3 days. "W is this kid?" trended on every platform. Analysis channels broke down the footage frame by frame. Hero forums exploded with theories. The Hero Commission's phone rang off the hook. Izuku paid no attention to any of it. He went to class. He trained. He sat with Uraraka at lunch and listened to her talk about her parents' construction company and how she wanted to be a hero so she could support them. He helped Ida with combat fundamentals, showing him how to center his weight, how to use his speed without overcommitting. He sparred with Todoroki once, briefly, and it ended with Todoroki on his back staring at the ceiling and Izuku offering him a hand up and saying, "Your ice is fast, but you telegraph with your right foot. Watch that." He trained with his blade alone at night, on the rooftop, under the stars, moving through the forms in that eternal rhythm, breathing, cutting, turning, breathing, the red glow of the blade painting the darkness around him in streaks of fire. Sometimes, if you were watching from the right angle, it looked like the sun was practicing on a rooftop, a small sun, a private one, burning away the dark because that was what it was made to do. The sports festival came on a crisp October day, 50,000 people in the stands. millions watching from home. Every hero agency in the country tuned in. This was the event, the one where new heroes were scouted, where careers were made, where the future of heroism revealed itself. The format was different this year. Nezu had redesigned it. 3 stages. Stage 1, the Gauntlet. A 5-kilometer obstacle course through a purpose-built arena filled with traps, robots, terrain challenges, and one very large pool of water that nobody expected. No teams, no alliances, pure individual performance. Stage 2, King of the Hill. Teams of 4 fight to control elevated platforms in a shifting arena. Points accumulate based on time held. The top 8 teams advance. Stage 3, one-on-one bracket fights. Standard tournament. Single elimination. No time limit. Stage 1 began with Present Mike's voice shaking the stadium. Start! 200 students surged forward. Explosions, ice, fire, speed, wings. Every quirk imaginable firing at once as the first years and second years and third years crashed into the opening corridor. Izuku walked. The corridor narrowed into a canyon filled with 3-pointer robots. Students fought through them. Katsuki blasted over them. Todoroki froze them solid and ran across the ice. Izuku drew his blade. First form. Dance. One swing. A horizontal crescent of solar fire that cut through the canyon at chest height. Every robot in a 50-meter line came apart. Students behind him ducked as the wave passed overhead, felt the heat wash over them like a desert wind, and looked up to see a clear path where a wall of metal had been. He kept walking. The pool was next. 50 meters of deep water with underwater drones that grabbed at ankles and pulled students under. Students struggled. Students panicked. Todoroki froze a path across the surface and sprinted over it. Izuku stepped onto the water. His body heat was so intense that the surface of the water vaporized under his feet. Each step produced a burst of steam. He walked across the pool on a path of his own making, boiling water behind him, steam rising around him like a cloak, and the cameras caught every second of it, and the stadium went quiet, and then someone in the crowd said, "He's walking on water." And the noise that erupted was less cheering and more a collective loss of composure. He finished the gauntlet first, by 4 minutes. 4 minutes, ahead of second place. The gap was so large that the announcers ran out of things to say and just showed his arrival on the big screen while the other students were still in the canyon. Midnight, co-hosting from the booth, fanned herself with her hand and said, "Well, that's certainly something." Aizawa, beside her, said nothing. He was watching Izuku on the monitor, standing at the finish line, arms at his sides, expression unchanged, as if he had just finished a walk in the park. Stage 2. King of the Hill. Teams were formed by the top finishers drafting picks. Izuku was first pick. He chose Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Asui. Not the strongest team on paper, but Izuku did not need the strongest team. He needed a team he could protect. The arena was a massive, shifting landscape, platforms rising and falling, terrain rotating, new obstacles appearing every 2 minutes. 8 teams of 4. Controlled chaos. Izuku's team held their platform for the entire duration, not because of complex strategy, not because of coordinated team attacks, because every time another team tried to approach, Izuku would look at them, just look, and most of them would stop. The ones who did not stop, a team led by a third year with a strength enhancement quirk, a team from Class 1B, led by a boy named Monoma who copied quirks, ran into Izuku and their runs ended in seconds. The third year charged with a powered-up right hook. Izuku caught his fist. The impact shockwave cracked the platform beneath them. The third year's eyes went wide. He pushed harder. Izuku did not move. The third year's feet slid backward on the stone. "You're strong," Izuku said. "But this platform is mine." He twisted the fist and threw. The third year flew off the platform, landed in the soft zone below, and lay there for a moment wondering what had just happened to his understanding of physics. Monoma copied Izuku's quirk, or tried to. He activated his copy ability, reached for whatever Blessed Sun was, and his nose started bleeding. His vision doubled. He staggered, grabbed his head, and collapsed. What is? Izuku looked at him with something like sympathy. "My quirk is not something that can be copied. The vessel must be built for it. Yours is not. I am sorry." Monoma was carried off on a stretcher, conscious but badly shaken, mumbling something about the sun. Stage 3. The bracket, Izuku's path, round 1. A third year with a hardening quirk similar to Kirishima's but more advanced. Izuku struck once with the flat of his blade. The hardening cracked. The third year hit the wall, out of bounds. Round 2. Tokoyami. Dark Shadow lunged. Izuku raised his blade and let it glow. The light from the red steel pushed Dark Shadow back into Tokoyami's body. Tokoyami surrendered. He bowed deeply. "I cannot fight the sun," he said, and the crowd actually applauded his wisdom. Semifinal. Katsuki. This was the one the crowd wanted. The matchup they had been waiting for since the entrance exam footage went viral. The explosive prodigy versus the swordsman. The volcano versus the sun. Katsuki walked into the arena with murder in his eyes and nitroglycerin on his palms. He had trained for this. He had studied Izuku's patterns. He had pushed himself to the bleeding edge of his quirk, developing new applications, new blast patterns, new ways to use his explosions for mobility and attack simultaneously. He was better than he had ever been. It was not going to be enough. And somewhere in the back of his mind, in the place he never looked, because the truth lived there, he knew it. "Midoriya," he said. He stood across the ring, 15 meters between them. "Katsuki," Izuku said. He held his blade at his side, undrawn. "I'm gonna beat you." Izuku looked at him. "Then come." Midnight dropped her hand. "Start!" Katsuki exploded forward, both palms blasting. Maximum output. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, right hand loaded with the biggest blast he could muster, aimed at Izuku's center mass. Izuku drew the blade. Sixth form, solar heat haze. He struck, but the strike arrived late, or seemed to. The heat from the blade warped the air, creating a mirage, a delayed image. Katsuki's explosion hit the afterimage. The real Izuku was already behind him. Katsuki spun. Fast. Credit to his instincts. He recovered in half a second, swinging a backhand explosion that caught the edge of Izuku's sleeve and singed it. Contact. First time anyone had touched him in the tournament. The crowd roared. Katsuki grinned. Savage. Alive. There. He pressed forward. Rapid-fire explosions. Left, right, left, above, below. A storm of detonations that turned the arena into a fireworks show. He was moving faster than he ever had, reading Izuku's movement patterns, adjusting, adapting, refusing to give him space. Izuku blocked, parried, evaded. He was still calm, still measured, but there was something in his eyes now. A spark. Respect. "You've improved," he said. "Shut up and fight." Katsuki loaded his right gauntlet, full charge, the mother of all explosions. The AP shot he had been developing in secret, a concentrated blast that focused all his power into a single point. He fired. The beam of explosive force shot across the arena like a lance. It was fast. It was powerful. It was the best thing Katsuki Bakugo had ever created. Izuku raised his blade. 10th form. Beneficent Radiance. A spiraling overhead slash wrapped in a pillar of solar fire. The blade came down and met the AP shot head-on. The collision was blinding. White light, then gold, then red, then nothing but raw energy expanding outward in a shockwave that blew through the stadium. The crowd ducked. The barriers cracked. Present Mike's booth shook. When the light faded, the arena was smoking. The concrete was cracked in a pattern that radiated outward from the center like a sunburst. Katsuki was on one knee at the edge of the ring. His gauntlet was destroyed. His arm was shaking. Blood dripped from his nose. He was breathing hard. Izuku stood in the center, untouched. The blade was still red. His hair drifted in the residual heat. He looked at Katsuki. And then he did something no one expected. He sheathed his blade. He walked toward Katsuki. He knelt. "That was the best anyone has ever fought against me," he said. "You should be proud, Katsuki." Katsuki's jaw tightened. His eyes burned. His hands clenched on the broken concrete beneath him. "I don't want your pity," he gasped. "It is not pity. It is acknowledgement. There is a difference." Izuku stood. He extended his hand. "Stand up. The crowd is watching. Show them who Katsuki Bakugo is." Katsuki looked at the hand, the same hand he had slapped away after the quirk assessment, the same hand that was always there, always offered, always warm. He grabbed it. Izuku pulled him to his feet. Katsuki stood swaying and the crowd erupted, not for the winner, but for both of them, for the fight, for the moment of someone falling and someone else refusing to let them stay down. Katsuki looked at Izuku. Their eyes met. Something passed between them. Not friendship. Not yet. But a thread. A connection. The first fragile strand of something that might, in time, become something strong. "Next time," Katsuki said. "Horse. Next time I'll make you use everything." Izuku smiled. That real smile. "I look forward to it." The final match, Izuku versus Todoroki. The crowd was electric. The stands were packed beyond capacity. Every major hero agency had their scouts in the front rows with notebooks open and jaws already loose. Todoroki stood on one side of the arena. His right side, the ice side, was already frosting, cold mist curling around his arm like a living thing. His left side was sealed, locked away. He would not use the fire. He had sworn it. Izuku stood on the other side, blade sheathed, arms at his sides, eyes on Todoroki. He could see everything. The cold compressing in Todoroki's right arm, the heat suppressed in his left, the tension in his shoulders, the clenched jaw, the elevated heart rate, and deeper, the scar tissue around his left eye, old and raised, carrying the memory of a kettle and a mother's hand, and a childhood that no child should have endured. Izuku's expression softened. "Todoroki," he said. His voice carried across the arena even though he did not raise it. "This fight is not about me. It is about you." Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "Don't patronize me." "I am not. I am telling you the truth. You came here to prove something, that you can win with only half of yourself, that you can reject your father by rejecting your fire." He paused. "But your fire is not his. It is yours. It has always been yours." "Shut up!" Todoroki slammed his right foot down. The glacier came, massive, arena-spanning, a wall of ice that rose 50 feet and surged toward Izuku like a frozen tsunami. The crowd screamed, the stands shook. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in a second. Izuku did not draw his blade. He walked forward. The glacier reached him. The leading edge, a wall of solid ice 10 feet thick, hit the space where he walked and melted. The ice turned to steam before it touched his skin. The heat radiating from his body turned the air around him into a furnace, and the glacier, that massive, towering monument to Todoroki's power, parted around him like a river around a stone. He kept walking, through the ice, through the cold, through the steam, one step at a time, unhurried, undeniable. The sun walking through winter and proving with every step that winter cannot last. Todoroki watched. His breath caught. His right arm trembled. He launched another glacier. Bigger. Everything he had on the right side. The ice covered the arena, the walls, the floor, climbing the barriers, reaching toward the sky. Izuku walked through it, and through it, and through it, until he was standing in front of Todoroki, with the glacier dissolving behind him like a dream upon waking, and Todoroki could feel the heat coming off him. Warm, not burning, not hostile, just warm, the way the sun feels on your face in early morning. And Izuku's eyes were not the eyes of an opponent. They were the eyes of someone who had carried grief for lifetimes and recognized it in someone else. "Use your fire, Shoto," Izuku said. His voice was quiet. His use of Todoroki's first name was deliberate. Not for your father, not against your father, for yourself, because you deserve to be whole. Todoroki's left side trembled. The heat under his skin surged. His eye, the one with the scar, burned. "You don't know what he did," Todoroki whispered. "You don't know what it was like." "No," Izuku said. "I do not. But I know that the fire did not hurt you. He did. And punishing the fire does not punish him. It punishes you." He paused. "You are more than his creation, Shoto. You are yourself. All of yourself." Todoroki's vision blurred. His jaw ached from clenching. His left hand shook, and then the flame came. Not a blast. Not an explosion. A bloom. A flowering of fire that erupted from his left side like something that had been caged for years and was finally set free. The crowd gasped. Endeavor in the stands rose to his feet. His mouth opened. Todoroki screamed, not in pain, in release. The fire roared, climbing 20 feet, 30 feet, filling the arena with light and heat, and something raw and honest and uncontainable. The ice on his right side met the fire on his left, and steam erupted between them. A pillar of white mist that reached the sky and split the clouds. And then he attacked, ice and fire together. For the first time, everything, all at once, thrown at Izuku with the full force of a boy who had just decided to exist completely. Izuku drew his blade. It turned red. He smiled. "There you are." The two forces collided, ice and fire and solar flame. The impact detonated outward. The barriers around the arena cracked and shattered. The stands shook. Students in the crowd grabbed each other. Pros braced themselves. The shockwave expanded in a ring of light and heat and cold that washed over the stadium like a wave. When it cleared, the arena was destroyed. Cratered. Smoking. The concrete had melted in some places and frozen in others, creating a landscape that looked like the aftermath of a battle between gods. Todoroki was on the ground. out of bounds. He had been pushed, no, carried by the flat of Izuku's blade, a single sweeping strike that caught him under the chest and launched him with enough force to clear the ring, but gentle enough that he landed without injury. His clothes were scorched, his hair was wild, his left side was still burning faintly, like an ember that refused to go out. Izuku stood in the center of what was left of the arena. The blade was sheathed. His hair was loose, falling around his face. His clothes were singed. He walked to the edge. He looked down at Todoroki. "Master your flames, Shoto, and you will master yourself." Todoroki lay there. He stared at the sky. The clouds were still split from the steam pillar. Blue sky showed through, and the sun, the real sun, was right there, directly above, pouring light down through the gap. Something shifted in his chest. Something he did not have a word for yet. He closed his eyes. A tear ran down his face, the scarred side, the fire side, and evaporated before it reached his chin. Midnight declared Izuku the winner. The crowd erupted, but the noise was strange. Not just cheering, something deeper, something that sounded like 50,000 people realizing at the same time that they had just witnessed something that would be talked about for years, decades. The kind of moment that defined an era. Present Mike was shouting into the microphone, but his voice cracked halfway through Izuku's name, and even he, the loudest man in Japan, could not find words big enough for what had just happened. In the stands, the pro heroes sat in stunned silence. Best Jeanist had dropped his comb. Gang Orca had stood up without realizing it. Mirko was grinning. Not her usual predatory grin, but the kind of grin you get when you see something that makes you remember why you became a hero in the first place. And Endeavor stood in his seat with his flames burning low and his eyes fixed on the boy in the arena, and for the first time in his life, the number 2 hero felt something he had never directed at anyone except All Might. Fear. Not the dramatic kind. Not the kind that makes you run. The quiet kind. The kind that settles in your stomach and whispers, "There is something in this world that I cannot reach, that I will never reach, and no amount of ambition or breeding or planning will change that." He sat down, slowly. He did not say a word for the rest of the tournament. The medal ceremony was brief. Izuku stood on the podium, gold. He held the medal in his hand and looked at it the way he looked at most things, with calm appreciation and a quiet understanding that it did not define him. He looked out at the crowd. He looked at his classmates. He looked at Todoroki, standing at 3rd place with both sides warm for the first time, and at Katsuki, standing at 2nd with his jaw set and his eyes burning and his hands steady. He did not raise the medal. He did not pump his fist. He bowed. Deep. Respectful. The bow of someone who understood that the people around him had given everything they had and that their effort mattered more than his victory. The crowd applauded. That night, Inko watched the replay at home. She cried when Izuku walked through the glacier. She cried harder when he knelt in front of Katsuki. She cried hardest when he bowed on the podium. When Izuku came home, she hugged him at the door and did not let go for 5 minutes. "I saw you," she said into his chest. "I saw who you are." He held her. He closed his eyes. "I am your son," he said. "Everything else is just details." She laughed through her tears. He smiled. The mark on his forehead glowed faintly in the dim light of the hallway, and for a moment the apartment felt warm in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. The stain arc began with a phone call. Ida Tenya's brother, Tensei Ida, the turbo hero Ingenium, was found in an alley in Hosu City, alive, barely. His spine was damaged. His career was over. The attacker had left a message carved into the wall. Fake. The hero killer. Stain. Chizome Akaguro, a man who had declared war on the hero system. A man who believed that true heroism had been corrupted, diluted, turned into a profession instead of a calling. He moved through cities like a ghost, targeting heroes he deemed unworthy. The ones who fought for money, for fame, for anything other than the pure desire to save. He had killed 17. Crippled 31, and he was still moving. Ida received the call during class. He excused himself. He walked to the hallway. He stood by the window for 10 minutes, phone in hand, his face blank, his body vibrating with something that was not engine power. Izuku found him there. He did not say anything at first. He just stood beside Ida, looking out the same window, sharing the same silence. 2 boys in a hallway watching the city move below them. "Tensei is in surgery," Ida said. His voice was controlled, the kind of control that breaks like glass when you touch it. Izuku nodded. I am sorry, Tenya. They say he might not walk again. Izuku was quiet. He placed his hand on Ida's shoulder. Gently. What are you going to do? He asked, Ida's jaw clenched. I am going to Hosu for my internship. Izuku looked at him. Those transparent eyes, seeing every tensed muscle, every elevated heartbeat, every micro-expression that said revenge louder than words ever could. Revenge is a path that narrows until it becomes a grave, Izuku said. Your brother would not want this. You don't know what my brother would want. I know what he raised you to be. Izuku paused. He raised you to be better than this. Ida pulled away from his hand. He walked down the hallway without looking back. His fists were clenched at his sides. Izuku watched him go. He sighed. Not frustration. Sorrow. The deep, old sorrow of someone who had seen this before. Good people walking toward darkness, convinced it was justice, unable to hear the warnings of those who loved them. He went to Nezu. I need to be in Hosu, he said. Flat, direct Nezu, sitting behind his massive desk with a cup of tea, looked at the boy with the flame mark on his forehead and tilted his head. The internships are organized through Ida is going after the hero killer. He will get himself killed. Nezu set down his tea. You are certain? I can see the intent in his body as clearly as I can see the muscles in his arms. Srap, he is consumed by it. He will find Stain, and Stain will kill him. Nezu was quiet for a moment. Several agencies in Hosu have requested you. Manual, fourth kind, the Endeavor Agency. I will go with Manual. He patrols the areas where Stain has been active. That is remarkably strategic. It is not strategy. It is concern for a friend. Nezu looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a small, knowing, deeply impressed smile. Go save your friend, Mr. Midoriya. Hosu City at night was neon and shadow. Izuku walked the streets in his hero costume, black, fitted, minimal, with the katana across his back and the birthmark uncovered on his forehead. Manual, his internship host, had given him a patrol route. Izuku followed it. For 3 days, he followed it. On the 4th night, the city caught fire. Nomu. 3 of them. Released into the streets by the League like dogs let off a chain. Buildings burned. Cars overturned. Citizens screamed, heroes' hosts scrambled, and in a back alley 6 blocks from the main attack, in a narrow corridor between 2 buildings where the neon did not reach, Ida Tenya found the hero killer, or the hero killer found him. Stain stood at the end of the alley, lean, scarred, bandaged, a sword in one hand and a knife in the other. His eyes burned with conviction, the kind of conviction that had long ago crossed the line from belief to madness and did not know the difference anymore. Another one, Stain said. He tilted his head, smiled. You have the look, the anger, the entitlement. You came here looking for me. You crippled my brother, Ida said. His voice shook. His engines roared. You took everything from him. I tested him. He failed, the way all fakes fail. Ida charged, full speed, everything he had. Stain moved. He was fast, incredibly fast, faster than a man with no speed Quirk had any right to be. He sidestepped Ida's charge, slashed across his arm, a quick, precise cut that drew blood, and then licked the blood off his blade. Ida froze, his body locked. Every muscle seized. He hit the ground like a dropped mannequin, unable to move, unable to breathe properly, pinned by Stain's blood-curdled quirk. Stain stood over him. He raised his sword. Fake hero, like your brother, like all of them. The blade came down and stopped, a red glow. A sound like a bell struck in a cathedral, the clash of metal on metal, ringing through the alley. Izuku stood between Stain and Ida. His katana was drawn, burning red, the blade pressed against Stain's sword at the point of impact. He had dropped from the rooftop above, silent, without announcement, without warning, and arrived at the exact instant the blade would have ended Ida's life. Stain's eyes widened. He jumped back. 10 feet. His instincts, honed by years of hunting and killing, screamed at him to create distance. He looked at the boy, green hair, calm eyes, a red mark on his forehead that pulsed like a heartbeat, a black katana that burned with a light Stain had never seen from any quirk in his life. A fake hero, Stain said. But the words came slower than usual, because something about this boy did not fit the pattern. Something about the way he stood, relaxed, unbothered, his blade held with the ease of someone who had carried one for lifetimes, made the word fake feel wrong in Stain's mouth. Izuku looked at him. He saw everything. The transparent world laid Stain bare. The old injuries, the self-inflicted scars, the malnutrition from years of living in the margins, the tension in his sword arm, the slight favoring of his left knee, the elevated cortisol, the adrenaline, the neurochemical cocktail of a man who had been at war with the world for so long that peace would kill him faster than any blade, and deeper. The belief. Twisted, broken, genuine, Stain truly believed he was saving heroism. He truly believed the deaths he caused were necessary pruning. He was wrong. He was insane. But he was sincere, and that sincerity made him more dangerous than any mercenary or thug could ever be. Izuku felt the grief rise, the old, familiar grief of a soul that had watched good intentions curdle into horror across centuries. "What is the value of a life to you?" he asked. Stain's jaw tightened. "A true hero's life is priceless. A fake hero's life is worthless. And you decide which is which. Someone has to." Izuku shook his head. Slowly, sadly. "You cut down people who try to protect others, claiming it is for justice. But justice does not live in a sword swung at the helpless. Justice does not bleed. You are a murderer, Chizome. You are a talented, passionate, dedicated murderer. And every life you have taken was not a judgment. It was a tragedy." Stain's eye twitched. His grip tightened on his blade. "You speak like you know something about the world, boy. I know something about grief, and yours is the kind that consumes everything it touches." Stain attacked. He moved with the speed and precision of someone who had killed for years, and refined the act into something close to art. His blade came in low, a feint, then redirected high, aimed at Izuku's throat. The knife in his other hand swept for the ribs. A two-pronged attack that had ended pro-heroes. Izuku did not block. He stepped. One step to the left. The blade missed his throat by the width of a breath. The knife passed through where his torso had been, hitting nothing but heated air. Stain's eyes went wide. He had committed to both strikes, and both had missed, and the boy was just standing there, right beside him, close enough to touch, close enough that Stain could feel the heat radiating off his body, feel the warmth of the red blade that was now less than a foot from his face. "Solar heat haze," Izuku said quietly. He struck, but the strike was not where it appeared. The heat from the blade warped the air, creating a visual distortion. Stain saw the blade coming from the right and parried right. The real strike came from the left. The flat of the blade hit Stain's wrist, and the sword spun away, clattering against the alley wall. Stain lunged with the knife, pure instinct, pure aggression. A wild stab at the boy's chest. Izuku caught his wrist. The knife stopped 6 inches from his body. Stain pushed. Every muscle in his body pushed. The knife did not move. Izuku's hand was warm around his wrist, and the grip was iron, the kind of iron that does not negotiate. Stain looked at the boy's face, calm, sad, patient, the face of someone who had done this before, who had stood in dark places and faced the broken, the mad, the desperate, and offered them the truth instead of a blade. 11th form, Izuku said. Dragon Sun Halo head dance. He released Stain's wrist and moved. Stain had never seen anything like it. Nobody alive had seen anything like it. Izuku became a moving line of red fire, a dragon of solar flames spiraling through the narrow alley, impossibly fast, impossibly precise. The light painted the walls crimson. The shadows fled. The heat turned the puddles on the ground to steam. He wove through Stain's space like a needle through cloth. Each pass was a cut, small, precise, devastating. The tendons in Stain's right arm, the tendons in his left, the muscles above both knees. The knife fell from nerveless fingers. Stain's legs buckled. He hit his knees, then his side, then the ground. 4 seconds, from the first strike to the last. 4 seconds, and the hero killer, the most feared vigilante in Japan, the man who had terrorized the hero world for years, was lying in a back alley in Hosu City, unable to move, bleeding from precise wounds that would heal, but would take him out of the fight permanently. Izuku stood over him. The blade glowed red in the dark. The alley was lit by nothing but its light and the distant flicker of burning buildings. He looked down at Stain, at the blood, at the bandaged face and the manic eyes and the broken, passionate, wrong conviction burning behind them. "I do not wish to kill you, Chizome," he said. The words carried the weight of someone who meant them completely. "But I will not allow you to take another life. Your path ends here." Stain stared up at him. His mouth was open, his eyes were wide, and on his face, behind the rage, behind the ideology, behind the years of blood and conviction, something shifted, something that might have been recognition. You, Stain whispered. His voice was raw. You are real. Izuku said nothing. He cleaned the blade. He sheathed it. The alley went dark again, and the red light faded, and the only sound was Stain's ragged breathing and the distant wail of sirens. Izuku knelt beside Ida. The paralysis was wearing off. Ida could move his fingers. His eyes were open, and they were wet, and they were looking at Izuku with an expression that held so many things at once: shame, gratitude, awe, grief, that it collapsed under its own weight and became something simple and raw. A boy who had almost died looking at the boy who saved him. Izuku checked his wounds. The cut on his arm was deep but clean. He tore a strip from his own shirt and wrapped it tightly, his hands steady, his movements sure. You came, Ida said. His voice cracked. Of course I came. I was going to kill him. I wanted to kill him. I know. Does that make me... It makes you human, Tenya. You were in pain. You wanted to make the pain stop. That is not weakness. It is grief wearing a mask. Ida's face crumpled. The composure broke. He grabbed Izuku's arm, not to pull, not to fight, just to hold on, and he cried. Silently. The way boys cry when they have been taught not to and can no longer hold it back. Izuku let him. He placed his hand on Ida's head, gently. The way you touch someone who is breaking and needs to know they will not break alone. They stayed like that until the sirens got closer. Todoroki arrived 2 minutes later. He had been interning nearby with the Endeavor Agency, a decision he had not made lightly and was still conflicted about, and he had seen the fire in the sky and followed it. He found the alley. He saw Stain on the ground. He saw Ida crying. He saw Izuku kneeling with blood on his hands that was not his own, and that ancient, bottomless sadness in his eyes that appeared when he watched people suffer. Todoroki stood at the entrance to the alley. He looked at the scene. He looked at Izuku. Is it over? He asked. Yes, Izuku said. Do you need help? Ida needs medical attention. Stain needs restraints. Todoroki nodded. He stepped into the alley. He froze Stain's limbs to the ground, gently, not to harm, just to secure. And then he knelt beside Ida on the other side and placed his right hand on Ida's shoulder. The cold helped. Ida's breathing slowed. His tears stopped. He looked at Todoroki, then at Izuku. Thank you, he said, to both of them. I am sorry. I am so sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, Izuku said. You are alive. Your brother is alive. And tomorrow you will be better. That is enough. The pros arrived. Endeavor was among them. He looked at Stain. He looked at the wounds, precise, disabling, non-lethal. He looked at the alley, at the scorch marks on the walls, at the steam still rising from the ground. He looked at Izuku. Their eyes met. The number 2 hero and the first-year student, Fire and the Sun, and Endeavor, who had spent his entire life chasing someone he could not catch, saw in this boy's eyes the same thing he had seen in All Might's, except more, except deeper, except without the smile. He looked away first. Again, the police took Stain. The paramedics took Ida. Reports were filed. Statements were given. The official story said 3 hero interns had encountered the hero killer during the Hosunomu attack and subdued him through coordinated effort. The unofficial story, the one whispered in hero agencies and villain bars and internet forums and government offices, was simpler. The boy with the red mark did it, alone, in seconds. The world was beginning to understand. News spread, faster than the USJ, faster than the sports festival. Stain's capture was the top story in every country. His ideology, twisted, compelling, dangerous, sparked a debate that split the hero world down the middle. Was he right? Were heroes corrupt? Was the system broken? But underneath the debate, underneath the ideology, underneath the arguments about justice and heroism and the nature of courage, there was a different conversation happening. A quieter one. The one that happened when pros met each other's eyes over drinks and said what they were all thinking. There is a boy at UA who is stronger than all of us, and he is 15 years old, and we do not know what that means. The Hero Commission held an emergency meeting. The chairman, a severe woman with steel gray hair, reviewed the footage from Hosu. She watched it 3 times. She looked at the file on her desk. Midoriya, Izuku, quirk, blessed son, classification beyond current measurement. She closed the file. Monitor him, she said. Everything, all of it. To what end, ma'am? Her aide asked. She looked at the aide with the expression of someone who has spent 30 years managing the most powerful beings on the planet and has learned that the most important question is never, how strong is he, but whose side is he on? To every end, she said. In the shadows, other eyes watched, darker ones. The League of Villains licked their wounds and planned. Shigaraki, still shaking from the memory of a red blade at his throat, spoke to a screen that held the face of a man whose name was not yet known to the world. He's a problem, Shigaraki said. His voice was steadier than it had been. Anger was replacing fear. Anger was easier. He is a variable, the voice on the screen said. The voice of someone who played games with the world the way a chess player played with pieces, and variables can be accounted for. You didn't see him. You didn't feel what he... I have seen the reports. I have analyzed the data. The boy is powerful, perhaps more powerful than anything we have encountered. But power without leverage is just a spectacle. A pause. Find his leverage. Everyone has one. The screen went dark, and in Musutafu, in a small apartment that smelled like home cooking and laundry detergent, Izuku Midoriya sat on his bed with his sword across his knees and his eyes closed. The mark of the Blessed Sun glowed faintly on his forehead, a soft red pulse that matched his heartbeat. He thought about Stain's face, the recognition, the whisper, "You are real." He thought about Ida's tears, the grip on his arm, the way the boy's body had shaken with the effort of holding itself together. He thought about Todoroki's fire, finally free, Katsuki's hand, finally accepting help, Uraraka's smile, his mother's embrace. He thought about a life he had lived before this one. A life of grief and beauty and impossible power wielded with impossible gentleness. A life that had ended with regret, not for the battles fought, but for the ones who could not be saved. He opened his eyes. This time, he said to the empty room, his voice was barely a whisper, the kind of promise that is made not to anyone else but to oneself. This time, I will save them all. The sword hummed on his knees. The mark pulsed. The night was quiet. And somewhere in the darkness, the forces that would test that promise were already beginning to move. They moved faster than anyone expected. Summer arrived, and with it, the forest training camp. A 10-day intensive in the mountains north of Musutafu, designed by Aizawa and the Wild Pussycats, to push Class 1A past the limits they had discovered during their first semester and into the territory that lay beyond. The forest was old-growth cedar and pine, the kind of deep green that swallowed sound and made the air taste like earth and resin. The lodge sat at the center of a valley surrounded by steep ridges, and at night, the stars came out in numbers that city-raised children had never seen. Izuku stood at the edge of the clearing on the first evening, after the exercises were done, and the students were dragging themselves toward the baths, with muscles that had been introduced to sensations they preferred to forget. He looked at the tree line. The sun was setting behind the western ridge, painting the sky in bands of copper and violet, and the forest was darkening in layers, green to gray to black as the light receded. He felt something in the trees. A wrongness. A thinning of the natural rhythm, the way a healthy heartbeat develops an irregularity that a trained ear catches before the patient feels anything at all. The wildlife had changed pattern. The birds were roosting earlier than they should have been, higher than they should have been, which meant something on the ground had shifted the calculus of safety. He said nothing to the others. He went to Aizawa. "Someone has been watching the camp," Izuku said. They stood in the hallway of the lodge, the sounds of students laughing and splashing carrying through the walls. From the eastern ridge, 2, possibly 3 positions. Rotational. They have been here since before we arrived. Aizawa looked at him. His expression remained flat, but the tendons in his jaw shifted. A tell Izuku read as clearly as printed text, concern suppressed beneath professionalism. How long? 3 days minimum. The wildlife displacement pattern suggests sustained presence. Aizawa was quiet for a beat. "I will contact the commission for support." "They will come before support arrives," Izuku said. He said it the way he said everything that mattered. Without drama, without inflection, the way you announce that rain is coming because the clouds are already overhead. "Then we prepare," Aizawa said. "I already have." They came on the third night. The gas arrived first, a creeping, purplish miasma that rolled through the forest like fog off a winter lake, threading between the trees, pooling in the low ground, filling the spaces where students were scattered across training zones that suddenly became kill zones. Mustard, the villain behind the mask, a teenager himself, drunk on the power of a quirk that turned air into poison, stood at the eastern perimeter and watched his work spread with the satisfaction of someone who had mistaken cruelty for competence. Students collapsed. Kendo from Class 1B dropped to one knee, her vision swimming. Tetsu staggered, his steel form flickering as his lungs tried to filter what they could not. Across the forest, in pockets and clearings, the gas found the children and the children found the ground. Then the rest of the Vanguard Action Squad emerged from the tree line. Magni, massive, magnetic, pulling metal toward her like a living magnet. Spinner, scaled and armed, running with a cobbled-together blade that looked like a hardware store had vomited onto a hilt. Moonfish, the worst of them, teeth extending from his mouth like bone swords, skittering through the trees with the jerking, inhuman motion of something that had stopped being a person long before it stopped wearing a person's shape. Mr. Compress, his wrist braced and wrapped from the forest incident weeks earlier, moving with purpose toward the student barracks. And Dobby, standing apart from the others with blue flames licking at his fingertips and a look on his face that was equal parts contempt and anticipation, twice ran. He ran because he was smart, and smart people run when the world catches fire around them. And because somewhere in the chaos, a boy named Koda was alone on a cliff face, and twice had orders and twice followed orders because twice could not follow anything else. The forest erupted, screams, explosions. Katsuki's already somewhere in the smoke because Katsuki Bakugo responded to ambush the way a lit match responds to gasoline. Fire, blue and orange, blooming in the canopy. The crack of breaking wood and the heavier, wetter sound of breaking bodies. And through it all, through the gas and the fire and the chaos, Izuku breathed. He stood at the center of the camp. His katana was in his hand. His eyes were closed. His breathing locked into that ancient rhythm. Inhale through the nose, a count that matched his heartbeat. Hold at the center where the diaphragm met the spine. Exhale through the mouth in a ratio that turned his body into what it truly was. The air around him began to shimmer. The grass at his feet browned, then curled, then sent up thin threads of white smoke that rose straight and still in the windless clearing. He opened his eyes. He entered the selfless state. His presence vanished. The heat remained. The air still warped, the ground still smoked, but everything that made Izuku Midoriya a target, a signal, a point on any sensory map, dissolved. He was there. He was nowhere. He was already moving. He went to the gas first. Mustard's poison filled the eastern training zone, a rolling carpet of purple that sat waist-high in the clearings and rose head-high in the hollows. Students were down. Izuku walked into it the way the sun walks into morning mist. The solar heat radiating from his body met the gas at the boundary of his skin and burned it away. Not dispersed, burned, the chemical compounds breaking apart at the molecular level as the temperature exceeded their stability threshold. He moved forward and clean air followed him in a sphere that expanded with each step. The gas recoiled from him like a living thing touching something that hurt. Mustard saw him from across the clearing. A figure walking through the purple fog, and wherever the figure walked, the fog died. A corridor of clean air stretching behind him like a wake behind a ship. And on either side, the gas churned and thinned and failed. Mustard's hand went to his gun. He raised it. His mask fogged with his own rapid breathing. Izuku looked at him. The gun dropped. Mustard's fingers opened of their own accord. The autonomic nervous system overriding the conscious mind, because the conscious mind had made a terrible mistake, and the body knew it, even if the brain had yet to catch up. The boy standing in the clearing with the red mark pulsing on his forehead and the air bending around him like heat off a forge was looking at Mustard with those green, transparent eyes, and what Mustard felt was the deep, cellular, evolutionary certainty that he was standing in front of something that predated quirks, predated heroes, predated every framework he had ever used to understand the world. He sat down. His legs gave out. He sat in his own gas, which was already thinning to nothing, and he put his hands on the ground and waited for whatever came next because fighting was no longer a category his body recognized. Izuku walked past him. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder as he passed. A brief pressure, firm, the way you press a button, and Mustard went unconscious. Pressure point at the junction of neck and shoulder. Clean. Painless. The boy slumped sideways and the gas died entirely, the quirk shutting off with its user's consciousness. And across the eastern zone, students gasped clean air and pushed themselves upright with the confused, oxygen-starved relief of people who had been drowning and suddenly found the surface. Izuku kept moving. Moonfish was in the trees. The bone blades extended from his open mouth in a fan of white that caught the moonlight and turned it sharp. 8, 10, 12 appendages probing through the canopy like the legs of some enormous pale spider. He had cornered 2 students, Tokoyami and Shoji, in a ravine, and dark shadow was surging in the darkness, feeding on the absence of light, growing larger and less controlled with each passing second. Izuku dropped from a branch above, silent. The selfless state meant Moonfish's senses, already degraded by whatever procedures had turned him into what he was, registered nothing. The red blade was drawn before Izuku's feet touched the forest floor, and the glow of it lit the ravine like a flare. Dark shadow recoiled. Tokoyami gasped, grabbing at his chest as the shadow retreated inward, pulled back by the sudden wash of red light that filled the space between the trees. Moonfish turned, his bone blades oriented toward the light source, reflexive, predatory. Izuku moved through them. Third form. Raging sun. 2 horizontal arcs, simultaneous, crossing each other at 45 degrees. The solar fire cut through every bone blade in range, 6 of them, and the severed ends fell like white rain, clattering off rocks and tree roots. Moonfish screamed, a sound that came from somewhere deeper than his throat, and the remaining blades retracted and then shot forward in a desperate, all-at-once thrust aimed at the boy who had just removed half his weapons. Izuku sidestepped. 1 step. The blades passed through the space he had occupied and buried themselves in the tree behind him. He brought the flat of his sword down on the crown of Moonfish's head with the measured precision of someone tapping a nail into place. Moonfish's eyes rolled back. His body folded. The bone blades retracted into his mouth as consciousness left, and he hit the ground like a sack of something heavy that used to be frightening and was now just unconscious. Tokoyami and Shoji stared from the ravine floor. Dark shadow pulsed against Tokoyami's chest, agitated, straining against the light. "Go to the lodge," Izuku said, as if he had just finished a conversation and was suggesting they take a different route home. "Help the others get there safely." Tokoyami nodded. His voice, when it came, was hoarse. "What about, I will handle the rest." He was already gone. The red glow faded between the trees like a lantern carried into deep water, and Tokoyami and Shoji looked at each other in the new darkness and said nothing because nothing was the only word that fit. Dabi was burning the western tree line. Blue fire, hotter than standard flame, hot enough to melt rock. The kind of fire that came from a body that was slowly destroying itself from the inside out because the quirk exceeded what the flesh could sustain. The trees caught and the fire spread, and the night sky above the forest glowed an unnatural cerulean that made the stars look cold by comparison. Izuku walked into it. The blue flames met his body and went around it. They parted at his skin, the way water parts at a stone in a river, flowing past, unable to touch, unable to reach. The solar heat that radiated from Izuku existed at a frequency that consumed lesser fire on contact. The blue flames broke against him and were absorbed, feeding the furnace inside him rather than burning the exterior. Dabi saw him come through the fire. A silhouette at first, then a shape, then a boy with green hair and calm eyes, walking through an inferno without a mark on him. The blue flames reflecting off the red blade at his side turned the space between them into something that looked like the interior of a dying star. "You again," Dabi said. His voice was rough. The staples on his face glinted. Beneath the attachments, beneath the grafted skin, the transparent world showed Izuku the truth of Dabi's body. The nerve damage, the constant low-grade pain that had become so familiar it registered as silence, the scar tissue that covered more of him than healthy skin, a body at war with its own power. You are burning yourself alive, Izuku said. The flames still danced around them both, blue and red, competing for the same air, the blue losing ground centimeter by centimeter as the solar heat pushed outward. And you call it purpose. Dabi's face twisted. The sneer was practiced, automatic, a reflex built over years of bitterness. You don't know a damn thing about my purpose. I know that your fire hurts you more than it hurts anyone you aim it at. I know that the tissue damage extends deeper each time you use it, and the pain you carry is visible in every fiber of your body. Izuku's voice held no judgment, only the steady, open clarity of someone describing what was in front of him. And I know that the person you are trying to burn is not in this forest. Something flickered behind Dabi's eyes, a crack in the performance, and a flash of the boy underneath, the one with a different name and a father who saw children as experiments, and a childhood that had burned long before his quirk did. The crack sealed. Dabi threw more fire. Everything he had. A wall of blue that rose 20 feet and roared toward Izuku with the sound of the atmosphere tearing open. Izuku raised the blade. Fourth form, burning bones, summer sun. An upward rising arc of solar flame that met Dabi's blue fire at the midpoint and consumed it. The red swallowed the blue the way a river swallows a tributary, absorbing it, incorporating it, growing larger. The combined wave of fire reversed direction and hit Dabi with 3 times the force he had generated. He flew backward. His body left the ground entirely, traveled 15 feet, and struck a tree trunk hard enough to crack the bark. He slid down and stayed. Izuku sheathed the blade. The blue fire in the tree line was already dying, the solar heat disrupting the chemical reactions that sustained it, and the forest went dark again, except for the embers that would glow until dawn. He looked at Dabi's unconscious form, the shallow breathing, the damaged skin, the body that had been pushed past its design parameters by rage and grief, and the specific kind of loneliness that comes from being abandoned by the person who was supposed to protect you. I hope you find your way back, Izuku said softly. He turned and walked deeper into the forest. Mr. Compress was moving toward the student barracks with purpose. His target was specific, Katsuki Bakugo, the explosive boy whose capture would serve as both a weapon and a symbol. His quirk compressed anything he touched into a marble, compact and portable. A kidnapping method so clean it barely registered as violence. He found Katsuki in a clearing, a fighting spinner with the controlled fury of someone who had been born for combat, and refined the instinct into something close to art. Explosions cracked the night. Spinner's cobbled blade caught the light. Katsuki was winning. He was always winning in direct combat because Katsuki Bakugo attacked the way fire attacked oxygen, with a hunger that was total and structural and could not be reasoned with. Compress waited for the opening. Spinner went down. A concussive blast to the chest that left the scaled villain gasping in the dirt, and Katsuki stood breathing hard, his back half turned, and Compress reached, his fingers extended. The marble compression activated. 3 feet from Katsuki's shoulder, he never completed the motion. Izuku appeared behind him. The selfless state broke at the instant of contact. A tap, precise. 2 fingers against Compress's wrist at the exact point where the bones of the forearm met the carpal cluster. The bones cracked. The sound was small and specific, like a walnut shell giving way. Compress screamed. A raw, genuine, undignified sound that bore no resemblance to his usual composure, and his hand went limp, the marble compression dying in his fingers. The quirk abandoning the attempt as the nerve signals that powered it were severed at the wrist. Compress fell to his knees. He clutched his ruined wrist, the same one that had been damaged before, at the earlier encounter, now broken worse, and looked up at the boy standing over him with the red mark glowing on his forehead and those eyes, those impossible transparent eyes that seemed to see through his mask and his quirk and his bravado and everything underneath, all the way down to the frightened, ordinary man at the bottom. "Return what you took," Izuku said. Compress's mouth opened behind his mask. Closed. His quirk had already released, the compression field collapsing with the loss of motor control, and there was nothing in his fingers but pain. I had not yet. Good. Izuku looked past him. Katsuki stood in the clearing, one hand still smoking, his eyes fixed on Izuku with an expression that was layered and volatile and impossible to simplify. Relief and resentment and something grudging and warm that lived beneath both, pressed so deep Katsuki might never admit it existed. Their eyes met. Katsuki opened his mouth, closed it. His jaw worked, his hands lowered to his sides. The smoke from his palms thinned and died. He said nothing. And the nothing was louder than anything he could have said, because it was the silence of someone who had been saved and could not find the words to reject it, and had begun, against every instinct in his body, to accept that he did not need to. Izuku gave him a small nod. Warm. Then he turned and walked back into the dark. Magni was the last. The magnetic villain had been throwing debris at students in the central zone, pulling cars and metal fixtures and anything ferrous toward her like ammunition. She was powerful, genuinely powerful. The magnetic field she generated strong enough to flip a truck, and she was angry. And angry, powerful people in a forest full of teenagers were the specific kind of problem that required immediate resolution. Izuku found her lifting a steel training platform above her head with both hands extended, her quirk screaming through the local magnetic field. The platform aimed at a cluster of students who had gathered Vlad King's blood barriers for protection. Vlad King was bleeding from a wound on his arm. The barrier was thinning. Izuku stepped between Magni and the students. She saw him and laughed. The platform came down. He raised his left hand, open palm. The platform hit it and stopped. The force of impact traveled through his arm, through his body, through his legs, and into the ground, a shockwave that cracked the earth beneath his feet in a perfect circle and sent loose stones jumping. The platform stayed where it was, pressed against his open palm, held in place by a body that was, at its fundamental level, built to hold the line between destruction and the people it aimed to consume. Magni's laugh died. She pushed harder. The magnetic field surged. Izuku's feet slid backward an inch on the broken ground. His expression remained unchanged. The mark on his forehead pulsed, brighter now, a deep burning red that cast shadows on his face from above. He pushed back, the platform reversed. Magni's quirk could not hold it. The physical force exceeded the magnetic pull, and the platform flew backward and hit the ground beside her with a crash that echoed off the valley walls. She stumbled. She reached for another piece of metal. Izuku was already in front of her. The distance between them, 30 feet, ceased to exist in the space between one heartbeat and the next. He placed one finger on her forehead. Light contact. The way you might touch a child's forehead to check for fever. Sleep, he said. The pressure point activated. Magni's eyes glazed. Her magnetic field collapsed. She fell forward, and Izuku caught her shoulder and lowered her to the ground with the care of someone who understood that even enemies were still people, and people deserved to land gently. The forest was quiet. The sounds of combat faded outward from the center like ripples on a pond settling to glass. Students emerged from hiding places in defensive positions, blinking, confused, trying to reconcile the cacophony of 5 minutes ago with the silence of now. Aizawa appeared from the lodge with 13 and Vlad King, his capture weapon deployed, his eyes scanning for threats that were no longer standing. He found Izuku in the central clearing. 6 villains arranged in a loose semicircle, all unconscious, all restrained with strips of capture tape that Izuku had taken from the equipment shed before the attack began. His preparation was thorough in a way that made Aizawa's eye twitch because it meant the boy had known the attack was coming, had prepared for its specific composition, and had handled it alone in the time it took the professional heroes to finish establishing a perimeter. Report, Aizawa said. 6 hostiles. All neutralized. No student casualties. Vlad King has a laceration on his right forearm, deep but clean, should be sutured within the hour. Tetsu and Kendo inhaled gas but recovered. They should be monitored for residual irritation. Everyone else is unharmed. Aizawa looked at him. He looked at the unconscious villains. He looked at the forest, where the last traces of blue fire were fading to ash and the gas had dispersed entirely. You did this alone. The situation required speed. That is not what I asked. Izuku met his gaze. Yes, sensei. I did this alone. Aizawa held the look for 3 full seconds. Then he turned away and began coordinating the cleanup. And if his voice was rougher than usual, and if he glanced back at Izuku twice when he thought no one was watching, it was because Shota Aizawa had spent his career surrounded by exceptional people, and had just watched a 15-year-old redefine the word. The police arrived. The villains were loaded into transport vehicles. Statements were taken, the camp was secured, and in the teachers' quarters, after the students were in bed and the mountain was quiet, Aizawa opened a channel to Nezu and typed 3 words. He knew beforehand. Nezu's response took 10 seconds. Of course he did. The question is not what he knows. The question is what he plans to do with what he knows next. The League retreated to their shadow, and the shadow was angry. Shigaraki watched the footage on a screen in a room that smelled like dust and cheap food. His fingers moved against his neck, scratching, pulling, the compulsive motion that worsened when the world refused to go the way he wanted. Every member of the Vanguard squad had been captured. Every objective had failed. And at the center of every failure report, like a name written in red ink across every page, was Midoriya. "We need him," Shigaraki said. His voice was low. The trembling from the USJ was gone, replaced by something colder, something that had been hardening in the weeks since the sports festival, like a bone setting wrong. "We need the power to fight him. Without it, we lose. Every time, every scenario." The screen in front of him brightened. The voice that came through it was patient, measured, and deeply familiar to anyone who had spent time in the architecture of the underworld. "You will have it," All for One said. "But not yet. Patience, Tamura. The board is still being arranged." He is a piece on the board. The most powerful piece, perhaps. But even the sun sets. Even the sun has something it cannot bear to lose. Shigaraki went quiet. The scratching stopped. His red eyes focused on the screen with the sharpness of someone who had just been given a lens for a problem he had been squinting at for months. "Leverage," he said. "Everyone has it," All for One confirmed. "Find his." The answer came 10 days later in the form of a mistake, the League's most desperate, most dangerous, and most effective mistake of the war so far. They took Katsuki. The operation was different from the forest camp. Smarter. Planned by someone with access to information the League should not have had. Patrol routes, schedules, the specific 3-minute window when Katsuki walked from his after-school training to the bus stop alone, because Katsuki Bakugo refused to accept escorts, and everyone who had tried to assign him one had been told, in language that could not be printed, where to direct their concern. It happened on a Tuesday evening. 3 villains Izuku had never seen. New recruits, disposable, hired specifically for this, cornered Katsuki in a dead-end alley off 3rd Avenue. 2 of them died in the first 4 seconds. Katsuki's explosions were lethal in enclosed spaces, and the alley was enclosed, and the 2 men who entered it first learned this in the last moment of their education. The 3rd villain did not enter the alley. He stood at the mouth of it and activated a warp gate. Not Kurogiri's, a different one, a copied or stolen version that lacked the original's precision but worked well enough. The gate opened behind Katsuki. A hand, massive, belonging to someone who was not visible through the portal, grabbed Katsuki by the back of his shirt and pulled. Katsuki fought. He screamed. His explosions fired in every direction, scorching the walls, cracking the pavement, leaving handprint-shaped burns on whatever had grabbed him. The grip held. The portal closed. The alley was empty. The 3rd villain was found unconscious an hour later by a patrol hero, slumped against a dumpster with a note pinned to his chest. A location, a time, instructions, the kind of thing that was left behind specifically to be found. The message was for Izuku. Everyone involved knew it. The League had given up trying to hide from him. They were inviting him. They wanted him to come. It was a trap. Obviously. Transparently. The kind of trap that does not bother to disguise itself because the designers understand that the target will come regardless, because the target is someone who does not leave people behind. Izuku received the information at 8:47 p.m. Aizawa delivered it personally, standing in the hallway of the UA dormitory with his scarf loose around his neck and his eyes carrying a weight that went beyond professional concern. "The hero teams are mobilizing," Aizawa said. "Genist, Kamui Woods, the Lurkers. A coordinated extraction. Estimated deployment, 6 hours. 6 hours is too long," Izuku said. "That is the protocol. Katsuki does not have 6 hours. They took him because of me. The time frame is mine to determine." Aizawa's jaw set. "Midoriya, I am going, Sensei." The words were spoken quietly. Izuku said them the way he said everything that was already decided, as a description of what was about to happen, offered politely so the people around him could adjust. Aizawa looked at him. The red mark was bright on his forehead, brighter than usual, pulsing with a rhythm that matched something deeper than a heartbeat. The katana was already on his back. His jacket was on. His shoes were by the door. He had been ready before Aizawa arrived. "You knew," Aizawa said. "I felt him disappear from my awareness 3 hours ago," Izuku said. "The transparent world reaches farther than I usually admit. I have been tracking Katsuki's heartbeat since the forest camp because I knew they would try again. When the heartbeat vanished from range, I knew he had been moved." He paused. "I also know where they are holding him. The building is a converted bar in Kamino Ward, reinforced basement, 7 heat signatures inside." Aizawa stared at him for a long moment. His expression was unreadable to most people, but Izuku saw the resignation in the micro-relaxation of his jaw muscles, the acceptance settling into his posture like a decision his body made before his mind. 3 hours, Aizawa said. "The official teams will be on site in 3 hours if I push the timeline. Can you give me 3 hours? I can give you 40 minutes. He left. The selfless state carried him across the city like a whisper across a cathedral. He traveled by rooftop, by fire escape, by the narrow corridors between buildings that the city forgot existed, and no camera caught him, no sensor triggered, no patrol hero glanced up at the right moment to see the boy moving through the night sky with the ease of something that belonged there. Kamino Ward was old industrial, warehouses, loading docks, the kind of infrastructure that cities build in boom times and forget about when the boom ends. The bar was in the basement of a building that had once been a meat packing facility and now served as the league's operating base. Izuku had known about it for 2 weeks. He had been waiting for a reason to walk through its front door. He entered through a side window. 3rd floor. Empty corridor. The dust on the floor was undisturbed except for a single track of footprints that led to a stairwell. Recent, heavy, the tread pattern of boots that were worn on the left heel. Izuku followed them down. The bar was in the basement. He could hear voices through the floor, muffled, layered, the specific acoustic quality of people in an enclosed space, trying to sound confident about a plan they were only partially sure would work. He descended the last staircase and opened the door. The room was dim. A bar on one side, bottles, most empty, a few containing liquids that were not alcohol. Tables, chairs, overhead lighting that buzzed at a frequency that suggested the bulbs had not been changed since the building's previous life. Dabi leaned against the far wall. His wrist was braced, his posture stiff, the burn scars on his face pulled tight by an expression that was trying very hard to look bored and was failing. Twice stood near the bar, his body language oscillating between aggression and retreat, the duality of his fractured psyche visible in the way he shifted his weight from one foot to the other every 3 seconds. Spinner was in a chair, arms crossed, trying to project menace and achieving something closer to discomfort. Mr. Compress sat at a table with his remaining good hand flat on the surface and his damaged hand cradled in his lap, and his mask was off, and the face beneath it was pale and tired and frightened. Katsuki was chained to a chair in the center of the room. Heavy restraints, industrial, bolted through the chair's frame, designed to hold someone who could generate explosive force. His wrists were locked. His fingers were caged in metal sleeves that prevented the palm contact his quirk required. His face was bruised. His eyes were open. He looked up when Izuku walked through the door. Their eyes met across the room. Katsuki's expression was a complex thing. Fury, which was permanent, and underneath it, in the layer that Katsuki guarded with every ounce of his considerable pride, relief. Relief that arrived like a breath held too long, finally released, and was immediately buried beneath a scowl that could strip paint. Izuku stood in the doorway. He looked at every person in the room. The transparent world gave him everything. Dabi's damaged nerve endings, Twice's elevated cortisol, Spinner's racing heart, Compress's thready pulse. The fear was universal. The bravado was a shell, and he could see through shells. "I am here for my classmate," he said. His voice filled the room the way light fills a space when a curtain is pulled, evenly, completely, leaving no shadow untouched. Anyone who steps forward makes a choice they cannot unmake. Nobody stepped forward. The silence lasted 5 full seconds. 5 seconds of Izuku standing in the doorway with his hand on the hilt of his blade and the red mark on his forehead pulsing with a light that made the fluorescent bulbs overhead seem thin and counterfeit. 5 seconds of the League's vanguard. Killers, criminals, zealots, broken people who had chosen violence as their language, looking at a boy and seeing something that transcended boyhood, transcended quirks, transcended every category they had ever used to sort the world. Twice moved first. A half step forward, reflexive, immediately aborted. His clone tried to form, the double appearing for a fraction of a second beside him, translucent, already running, and then collapsed, because the fear disrupted the concentration required for duplication, and the clone dissolved into nothing and twice made a sound like a balloon releasing air and pressed himself against the wall. Izuku crossed the room. He walked between the tables and the chairs and the villains who were standing very still, and none of them moved, and the air he displaced as he walked was warm and carried the faint scent of something burning. Not fire exactly, something older. Something that made the hindbrain say, "This was here before you and will be here after you, and you are very small." He reached Katsuki. He looked at the chains, heavy steel, bolted, locked with a mechanism that required a key he did not have and did not need. One pass of the red blade. The chains fell in sections, the cut edges glowing white where the steel had been severed and cauterized simultaneously. The metal sleeves around Katsuki's fingers split and clattered to the floor. The restraints on his wrists opened like hands releasing a burden they had held too long. Katsuki stood. He rubbed his wrists. The skin beneath was raw. His breathing was rough. His eyes moved across the room. Dabi, twice, spinner, compress. And his palms crackled with the preliminary chemistry of nitroglycerin sweat, the explosions already building, the rage already finding its shape. Izuku placed his hand on Katsuki's shoulder. Brief. Firm. "Later," he said. Katsuki looked at him. The crackle in his palms died. His jaw worked. He exhaled. A long, hard breath that came from the center of his chest and carried with it something that might have been the last layer of the wall he had been building between himself and the boy who kept showing up when the wall was supposed to hold. "You didn't have to come yourself," Katsuki said, low, rough. The consonants blunted by something that lived in his throat and refused to come out cleanly. "Yes, I did," Izuku said. They walked to the window. Izuku went first. Katsuki followed. Behind them, the League remained where they were. Statues in a dim room held in place by something they did not understand and could not fight, which was the memory of what had just walked through their base as if it were an open field and the knowledge that it could have gone differently and had chosen not to. They left the way Izuku had come in. The night air was cool after the basement. The rooftops were flat and empty and the sky above Kamino Ward was clear. Katsuki stopped at the edge of the first roof. He looked back at the building. "They're going to run," he said. "The heroes arrive in 20 minutes. They will find the building. The League will be gone by then." Katsuki's jaw tightened. "Then why?" "Because getting you out mattered more than keeping them in." The words landed. Katsuki heard them the way you hear something you have been resisting for years. The sound passing through every defense and arriving at the place where the truth lived. And the truth was simple, and the simplicity of it was worse than any complexity because it could not be argued with. He closed his eyes. He opened them. "Next time, I'm fighting my way out." "I know," Izuku said, and he smiled. That small, warm, genuine smile. And Katsuki looked away because the alternative was looking at it, and looking at it required acknowledging what it meant. They made their way across the rooftops toward the rendezvous point. Behind them, in the basement bar, Compress's phone buzzed. A message from Shigaraki, 4 words. "Is he coming alone?" Compress looked at the empty chair, the severed chains, the heat still radiating from the cut edges. He typed back, "He already came." "He already left." The reply took 30 seconds. When it arrived, it was 2 words, and Compress read them and felt the specific kind of dread that comes from realizing your leader has stopped being afraid and started being something worse, good. Now, and outside, in the Kamino Ward sky, something changed. The air pressure dropped, the temperature shifted. A darkness gathered, a compression of light at a specific point above the city that pulled the starlight into itself, like a drain in the fabric of the night. All for one arrived. He descended from nothing, or from a place that contained nothing, a fold in space that his quirk collection allowed him to create and step through. He was massive in presence, if not in stature, a suited figure with a destroyed face, the skin where his eyes should have been smooth and scarred and horrible, and the power radiating from him was a weight on the air itself, a gravity that bent perception and made the buildings around him seem smaller. He had come for one reason, to remind the world that the age of peace was a lease and the landlord was home. All Might met him in the street. Izuku watched from a rooftop 3 blocks east. Katsuki stood beside him, silent for once, watching the two titans collide in the space between buildings with a force that shattered windows for a quarter mile in every direction. The shockwaves hit them as pressure and sound, concussive, rolling, the atmosphere protesting the physics of what was happening below. All Might fought with everything he had. The remnants of One for All burned in his muscles like the last logs in a fire that had been warming the world for decades. He was slower than he had been, weaker. The injury, the missing stomach, the damaged lung, the body that was running on legacy and refusal showed in every movement, in the way his form flickered between the mountain of muscle and the skeletal truth beneath. But he fought. He fought the way only someone with nothing left to lose and everything to protect can fight, without calculation, without reserve, with the pure and total commitment of a man who had decided that this was the hill and he was the flag and the flag was going to stand. AFO hit him. Again. Again. Air cannons. Impact absorption. Kinetic reversal. 100 stolen quirks fired in combinations that turned the street into a crater, and All Might's body into a lesson in how much damage the human frame can absorb before it stops being a frame and starts being a collection of injuries held together by willpower. All Might hit back. 1 punch. 2. Each one carried the last reserves of a power that had been passed through generations. A torch that was finally guttering. The symbol of peace. The man who smiled so that others would not be afraid. The man who had been afraid every day of his career and had never, not once, let it stop him. Izuku's hands were at his sides, his blade was on his back. He stood on the rooftop and watched, and his jaw was set, and his eyes were wet, and his body was still. "Why aren't you down there?" Katsuki asked. His voice was raw. His eyes were fixed on the fight below, on All Might's skeletal form emerging from the dust of another impact, on the raised fist that was trembling now, the power fading, the light going out. "Because that fight is his to finish," Izuku said. His voice was steady, but the steadiness cost him something. Some debts can only be paid by the person who owes them. If I step in, I take this from him, and he needs it more than he needs saving. Katsuki looked at him, looked back at the fight. His mouth opened, closed. "That's the hardest thing I've ever heard anyone say," Katsuki said quietly. "Yes," Izuku said. "It is." Below them, All Might threw the last punch of his career, United States of Smash. Everything, every drop, every remnant of the power that had been given to him by his master and her master before her, the chain of inheritance that stretched back through generations, all of it compressed into one fist that traveled forward with the sound of the world itself being punctuated. AFO took the hit. AFO went down. And All Might stood in the crater with his arm raised, pointing at the sky, his body skeletal and broken and finished, and the last ember of One for All winked out like a candle in a cathedral after the service has ended and the congregation has gone home. Izuku was the first to reach him. He dropped from the rooftop, 3 stories, landing without sound, crossing the rubble field in steps that left no mark. And he caught All Might when his legs gave out. The old man weighed almost nothing in his skeletal form. Izuku held him the way you hold something that is precious and tired and has given everything it had. All Might looked up, those sunken blue eyes, a small, exhausted, real smile that had nothing of the performance left in it. Just a man, finally, after decades of being a symbol. "I am sorry," All Might whispered, "for everything I could not." "You saved the world," Izuku said. "That is the furthest thing from something to apologize for." All Might closed his eyes. He nodded. The nod was small, the movement of a head that was very heavy on a neck that was very tired. The sun set over Kamino Ward. The cameras found them. The footage that would air on every channel in every country. The skeletal man and the boy with the red mark, the old symbol of peace and whatever came next. And the world watched, and the world understood that an era had ended. In its absence, the world looked for the next light. It was already there, standing in the rubble, holding the man who came before, waiting for nothing, ready for everything. The provisional license exam came 6 weeks later in a city that was still rebuilding, physically, structurally, psychologically. The hero world was shaken. All Might's retirement sent tremors through every agency, every patrol, every press conference. Villains grew bolder. Citizens grew anxious. The balance that had been maintained by one man's smile shifted, and the shifting made everything uncertain. The exam venue was a repurposed industrial complex on the outskirts of Yokohama. Massive, multi-level, equipped with artificial weather systems and collapsible architecture designed to simulate every disaster scenario the examiners could imagine. 300 students from schools across Japan. 3 phases: combat, screening, civilian rescue, situational judgment. The pass rate was historically around 50%. Izuku moved through it the way wind moves through an open window. The combat phase came first. 300 students in an arena the size of 4 city blocks, targeting each other with quirks and tactics, and the specific, desperate energy of teenagers who understood that their entire careers balanced on the next 3 hours. The UA students, famous now, notorious, the school that had produced the boy with the red mark, were targeted by everyone. Every school wanted the scalp. Every student wanted to be the one who could say they had beaten a UA kid, specifically that UA kid, the one from the videos, the one from the sports festival, the one who walked through poison gas and fire and ice like they were morning weather. They came for him in waves. 3 students from Shiketsu, strong, coordinated, their quirks complementary. A group from Ketsubutsu with suppression-type abilities. Individual challengers, one after another, drawn by ambition and the intoxicating delusion that numbers or strategy or surprise could close the gap between ordinary, exceptional, and whatever Izuku was. He handled them with care. That was the word for it. Care. Each engagement was brief, respectful, and calibrated to a margin of force so precise that every student he faced walked away with their pride, bruised, but their bodies whole. A touch here, a redirect there. A single step that placed him outside the range of every attack aimed at him, while simultaneously positioning him to end the exchange with a tap to the shoulder that activated the elimination sensor on their exam vest. He eliminated 43 students in the combat phase. He drew his blade once against a Shiketsu student with a hardening quirk that could withstand blunt force, and used the flat to deliver a single strike that rang the hardened body like a bell and sent the student stumbling backward across the elimination line with a dazed expression and a story he would tell for the rest of his life. The rescue phase was different. Here the metric was not power. It was perception, empathy, and the speed at which a person could translate concern into action. Izuku pulled 6 simulated casualties from a collapsing structure in the first 4 minutes. He carried 2 on his back and guided 4 more through an exit path he identified using the transparent world. Structural stress points visible to him as bright lines in the load-bearing walls, the safe corridors mapped before he took the first step inside. He triaged injuries with the efficiency of a field medic. He spoke to the actors playing injured civilians with a gentleness that's several of them later said made them forget they were acting. One actress, playing a mother separated from her child in a flood simulation, began to cry for real. She told the debrief team afterward that the boy with the green hair had knelt beside her and placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "I will find them. You have my word." And the way he said it, the absolute unshakable certainty, made her body believe it before her mind caught up, and the tears came from the relief of believing, and she forgot the script entirely. The examiners watched the feeds. One of them circled the timestamp of that moment with a red pen. Another wrote in the margin of her evaluation form, "Student demonstrates an intuitive understanding of civilian psychological state that exceeds training expectations." Recommend immediate licensure. The exam was scheduled for 3 hours. Izuku's passing score was logged at the 22-minute mark. He spent the remaining time assisting other students, redirecting a crumbling wall away from a Ketsubutsu student who had overextended, stabilizing a casualty that a Shiketsu team had missed, quietly pointing out to a third year that the structural support she was leaning against was 3 seconds from failure, and she should move. He earned his license. First year. UA. The youngest student to receive a provisional hero license in the current system's history, the certificate was a laminated card with his photo and his hero name, Sun. He held it in his hand and looked at it the way he looked at most things, with acknowledgement, without attachment, understanding that the card was a formality and the work it represented was the thing that mattered. He put it in his wallet and went to the debrief area. Momo Yaoyorozu was at a table in the corner. She sat with a notebook open in front of her, pen in hand, reviewing her own performance. Her posture was straight. Her face was composed. Her hair was pulled back into its usual high ponytail, and the afternoon light from the industrial windows caught the black of it and turned it blue at the edges. Izuku saw the tension in her jaw, the slight furrow between her eyebrows, the way she clicked her pen, twice, always twice, when her thoughts snagged on something that dissatisfied her. She was grading herself. She was being harsh. He could see it in the pressure of the pen on the paper, the force of the strokes, the handwriting tightening with each line as the assessment grew more critical. He sat down across from her. He pulled out his own notebook filled with observations, analysis notes in small, precise characters, and opened it and began to read. A minute passed. 2. The room buzzed with students comparing scores, rehashing fights, speaking too loudly about things that felt enormous and would feel smaller by morning. Momo looked up. "You are being very quiet." "I am always quiet," he said. "You are used to it." The corner of her mouth moved. "Almost. I mean unusually quiet. Even for you." He slid his notebook across the table. She took it without asking permission. They had passed that boundary weeks ago, in the small moments between classes, in the library where they both studied, and neither of them mentioned the studying was an excuse to share space. She read. Her eyes moved faster as they tracked his analysis. The pen stopped clicking. "You noticed the structural weak point in the east building before anyone else," she said. "How?" "I saw the stress in the beams," he said. Simple. True. Insufficient, and they both knew it. But she did not press, and he did not elaborate, and the space between what was said and what was understood was comfortable in the way that spaces are comfortable between people who are beginning to trust each other with the unsaid. "You could have scored 3 times as many rescue points in the first phase," she said. Her voice carried a quality that was part observation and part accusation, and part something she had not yet identified. "You held back." "I did." "Why?" He looked at her, those calm green eyes seeing through the composed surface to the brilliant, pressured, quite uncertain person beneath. "Because the students behind me needed to find their footing. Taking everything would have left them nothing to grow on." She stared at him. The pen was still, and the notebook lay between them like a bridge. "That is either the most arrogant thing I have ever heard," she said slowly, each word chosen with the care of someone who values precision, or the most generous. "I prefer to think of it as practical," he said. The corner of her mouth moved again. This time it completed the journey. A small, genuine, slightly surprised smile that altered her entire face. Not the polished public expression she deployed in class and at press events, but the real one. The one that lived behind the composure and came out so rarely that most people did not know it existed. "So do I?" she said. Izuku looked at her smile and felt something shift in the architecture of his chest, a rearrangement so subtle that anyone without the transparent world would have missed it. And even with the transparent world, he almost missed it, because the change was not in his body. It was in the way the world felt when she smiled at him, which was warmer than before and quieter, and the kind of warm and quiet that made you want to stay. He picked up his notebook. She picked up hers. They read in parallel. The room moved around them, and neither of them noticed. This was how it began. The days after the exam carried the beginning forward in increments so small they were invisible to everyone except the 2 people involved. Late-night study sessions in the UA library, where the tables were long and the lighting was bad, and neither of them said much, but neither of them left. And The silence between them was the kind that does not need to be filled because it is already full. Momo noticed that Izuku always checked on the people around him before himself, entering a room and scanning it, noting who was hurt, who was tired, who was hiding something behind a straight spine and a fixed expression. She noticed because she did the same thing, and recognizing the habit in someone else was like seeing your own reflection in unexpected glass. Izuku noticed that Momo laughed differently when nobody important was watching. In class, her laugh was appropriate. In the library at midnight, with her shoes off and her pen in her hair, and a textbook sliding off the table because she had stacked 6 of them in a configuration that defied engineering, her laugh was lighter, like she had forgotten she was allowed to make that sound and it had escaped before she could catch it. He noticed this. He kept noticing. The first time he called her by her given name, they were walking between classes. The hallway was crowded. He was talking about a rescue simulation from the morning, some observation about structural load bearing that was completely ordinary and completely unremarkable. And in the middle of a sentence, without emphasis, without pause, he said Momo instead of Yaoyorozu. She stopped walking. He stopped because she stopped. She looked at him. Her expression was still, not frozen, still. The way water is still before something drops into it. You said my name, she said. I did. You have never... I know. She held his gaze for 3 seconds, then she resumed walking, and her pace was slightly different, and the tips of her ears were pink. And she said nothing about it for the rest of the day, but that evening in the library, she opened her notebook, and the first line she wrote was not about the reading. The weeks before the overhaul raid were a pressure cooker of intelligence gathering and preparation. And it was during this period, the late nights, the early mornings, the specific intensity of people preparing for something they know will be dangerous, that the distance between them closed in a way that could no longer be ignored. He came back from a sparring session with a cut on his forearm. A shallow laceration from a training drone that had gotten inside his guard during a moment of deliberate openness, because Izuku sometimes allowed himself to be hit in training so that his body would remember what it felt like and his mind would stay honest. She found him in the common room, wrapping the cut with a bandage he had already disinfected, his movements efficient and unconcerned. She sat down beside him. She took the bandage from his hand without asking. She wrapped it better, tighter, neater, the way someone who had studied field medicine did things with the precision of muscle memory. Her fingers were cool against his skin. She touched the edge of the cut, light, her thumb resting on the margin where the broken skin met the hole. Did it hurt? She asked, less than I expected. She looked up at him. You should not have expected it to hurt at all. He looked at her. Those eyes, the transparent ones that saw through everything and everyone and had spent their entire existence looking at a world that was broken and beautiful and worth protecting. I'm glad you were here, he said. Her hands paused, just for a breath. Then she finished the wrap and tied it off, and stood up and said something about the reading for tomorrow that neither of them remembered afterward. And she left the room with the steadiest walk she could manage, while something inside her chest rearranged itself around a warmth that had settled there and showed no signs of leaving. The overhaul raid began with intelligence that moved through channels Izuku had built without building. Information that found him, because the world had learned that finding him was the fastest path between a problem and its resolution. The Shiha Saikai, a Yakuza organization operating beneath Osaka's surface, running a compound of tunnels and laboratories where a man named Kai Chisaki, Overhaul, conducted experiments that redefined the word cruelty. He could disassemble and reassemble matter with a touch. He had used this ability on people. He had used it on a child, Eri. Izuku learned her name before he learned anything else about the operation. A girl, 6 years old, white hair, a single horn on her forehead, a quirk that could rewind living things to previous states. So powerful, so uncontrolled that Overhaul had turned her into a factory. Her blood was harvested. Her cells were processed. Quirk-destroying bullets were manufactured from her body, and the manufacturing did not require her to be comfortable or willing or conscious. Izuku read the intelligence file in his room. He read it once, He set it down. He sat very still for a long time with his hands on his knees and his eyes closed and the mark on his forehead burning a shade of red that stained the wall behind him. When he opened his eyes, they were the same as they had always been. Calm, clear, transparent. But behind them, in the space where the ancient grief lived, something had ignited. Something that was beyond anger, beyond determination, beyond any word that reduced itself to a single emotion. It was all of them at once, compressed into a point of absolute focus that made the air in his room shimmer and the glass of water on his desk begin to steam. He went in with the official raid team. Night Eye, Fat Gum, Kirishima, Amajiki, the full operational roster. He walked with them through the briefing, the deployment, the approach, and he listened to the tactical plan and nodded at the appropriate moments and said nothing, because nothing he could say would have conveyed the thing he was carrying, which was the weight of every child who had ever been trapped in a dark place and waited for someone to come. The tunnels beneath the compound were labyrinthine, shifting walls, rearranged architecture, the work of a quirk user who could reshape matter. The raid team split. Fought. Kirishima shielded Fat Gum against overwhelming force. Amajiki held a corridor alone with 3 villains pressing him backward. Night Eye calculated trajectories and survival odds with the grim efficiency of a man who had seen the future and was afraid of what it contained. Izuku went through the middle. The selfless state erased him. He moved through the shifting tunnels like a draft through a house, present but unregistered by passing guard stations and locked doors, and the villains stationed at choke points without triggering a single response. His breathing was steady. The solar heat was banked, held low, a furnace on standby. The blade was sheathed. He moved by feeling, by the transparent world's rendering of the compound's interior, the heat signatures of the guards, the electrical patterns of the security systems, the structural density of the walls. And deeper, farther, at the center of the compound in a room that was cold and sterile and smelled like disinfectant and terror, a small heat signature, a heartbeat, rapid, irregular. The heartbeat of a child who had been afraid for so long that fear had become her resting state. He found the door. He opened it. The lock yielded to a blade that could cut through anything forged by human hands, and the hinges melted at the touch of a sword that burned with the memory of a sun that had shone in a different age. The room was white. Fluorescent lights, buzzing, a table in the center, medical steel with restraints at the wrists and ankles, machines along the wall that beeped and hummed, tubes, needles. The apparatus of a process that had been conducted so many times, the room had absorbed its function into its walls, and the walls radiated the horror of a place that had been designed to extract something precious from someone small. Eri was on the table. She was sitting up. They had left her sitting up, which meant they had been here recently, which meant they would be coming back, which meant the time Izuku had was measured in minutes. She was small. Smaller than a 6-year-old should have been, her body diminished by what had been done to it, her white hair hanging limp, her red eyes wide and wet and ancient in the way that children's eyes become ancient when they have seen too much. Bandages on her arms. Bruises beneath the bandages. A hospital gown that was too large for her, the sleeves hanging past her hands, the hem pooling around legs that were too thin. Izuku stepped into the room, slowly. His footsteps were audible now. He had released the selfless state because approaching a frightened child while invisible was the opposite of what she needed. She needed to see him coming. She needed to choose whether to trust the approach. She flinched. Her body drew inward, shoulders rising, chin dropping, the reflexive posture of someone who had learned that people entering rooms brought pain. He stopped, 5 feet away. He crouched to her level. "Hello," he said. Soft, the softest he had ever spoken, which was saying something, because Izuku Midoriya's voice had always carried the quality of something that would rather comfort than command. "My name is Izuku. I came to take you somewhere safe." She looked at him, at the green hair, at the mark on his forehead, pulsing gently, red, warm, at the sword on his back, which should have been frightening and was instead, for reasons she could not articulate, the opposite, at his eyes. Those calm, transparent, impossibly old eyes that looked at her, really looked, the way that meant seeing what was there rather than seeing what they expected. And in them, She saw something she had forgotten existed. Kindness without conditions. "You are warm," she whispered. "Yes," he said. "Why?" "I have been warm for a long time. It is just how I am." She looked at him for another moment. Her hands gripped the edge of the table. Her knuckles were white. The decision moved across her face like weather. Fear, hesitation, a desperate, fragile hope that fought against every lesson her experience had taught her. She reached out. One small hand. She touched the mark on his forehead with her fingertip. The contact was feather-light, the pressure of a child testing whether something is real. The mark pulsed under her touch. Warm, steady. The rhythm of a heartbeat that had been beating for longer than one lifetime and would beat for longer still. "It glows," she said. "Sometimes," he said. She made her decision. She slid off the table and put her hand in his. His fingers closed around hers, carefully. The way you hold something that has been broken and is still deciding whether it wants to be whole again. He stood. He walked. She walked beside him, her small feet bare on the cold floor, her hand in his black, and the warmth that radiated from their joined grip spread outward and upward and filled the corridor with something that the walls of this place had never contained. They made it 30 meters before the floor erupted. Overhaul came from below. The ground split and reformed and split again, the matter of the compound responding to his touch like clay on a wheel. And from the chaos of reshaped concrete and twisted rebar, he rose. First his hands, then his arms, then his body, and then more body, because Overhaul had fused. The henchmen beside him, Nemoto, Sakaki, whoever had been closest when the alarm reached him, had been disassembled and incorporated, their matter added to his, and the thing that emerged from the ground was 12 feet tall and barely human. 4 arms, a torso that was geometric and wrong. A face that was still Chisaki's, but stretched across a skull that had been redesigned for something that was not living. Izuku put Eri behind him. "Do not look," he said gently. "It will be loud." She covered her eyes with both hands. She pressed her face against his back. She held on. He drew the blade. Red. Immediate. The temperature in the tunnel spiked by 30 degrees. The walls began to sweat, condensation forming and immediately evaporating, a cycle of moisture that lasted fractions of a second before the heat won entirely. Overhaul looked at the boy with the red sword. The monstrous body shifted, the 4 arms flexing, the concrete around him responding to his quirk. Spikes rising from the floor, the ceiling dropping, the walls closing, the entire tunnel trying to crush and pierce and bury the target. "That child is mine," Overhaul said. The voice was layered, his own and the people he had absorbed, a harmony of stolen throats. "She belongs to herself," Izuku said. "You just forgot that." He moved. Second form, clear blue sky, a full rotation. The red blade traced a perfect circle of solar fire that expanded outward in every direction. The concrete spikes melted. The collapsing ceiling reversed, the molten stone flowing upward and away from the heat. The tunnel opened around him in a sphere of burning air, and the spikes and walls and every structure Overhaul had raised dissolved at the point of contact like ice in a furnace. Overhaul's 4 arms reshaped the ground. Faster now. Walls of compressed stone, pillars of reinforced concrete. A labyrinth of solid matter rising and falling and shifting, trying to find a configuration that would contain or crush or simply slow down the boy with the sword. Izuku walked through it. 7th form. Fake rainbow. He vanished into afterimages. The solar heat lingered where each one had stood. Phantom images of a burning boy that lasted half a second each, arranged in a sequence that made Overhaul's fused eyes track left, while Izuku was already right, already above, already behind, the real movement obscured by the bright ghosts of where he had been. Overhaul swung. All 4 arms. The concrete reshaped into blades, into hammers, into pillars that moved like pistons. Each one hit an afterimage and passed through heat and light, and nothing. 5th form. Setting sun transformation. From above. A flipping downward slash that caught the apex of Overhaul's combined form and split it along the center line. The red blade cut through reformed flesh and stolen matter and the reinforced structure of a body that had been assembled to withstand anything, and found that anything did not include the sun. The heat embedded in the cut prevented reassembly. The cells at the wound tried to rejoin. Overhaul's quirk reaching for the severed pieces, trying to disassemble and reform, and met fire. Solar fire burning in the wound like a brand, refusing to be overwritten, refusing to yield to a quirk that rearranged the world because this fire was older than quirks and operated on principles that predated the human capacity to categorize them. Overhaul screamed. The combined form staggered. Two of the arms went limp, the ones on the side where the split had begun, the nerve connections severed by the blade, the matter too damaged to reintegrate. Izuku kept moving. Each form targeted a section of the monstrosity. Each pass of the blade left a line of fire that could not be crossed, could not be healed, could not be undone. Ninth form. Sunflower thrust. A straight thrust through the center mass, through the cluster of fused quirk factors that the transparent world showed Izuku like a knot of corrupted light in the creature's chest. The blade entered and exited in one motion, and the knot came apart, the stolen quirk factors separating, the fusion losing its architecture. Overhaul fell. The combined form dissolved, not through Izuku's blade, but through its own failure. The components separating as the force that held them together was severed. Nemoto's body emerged from the collapse, unconscious, damaged, alive. Overhaul's body remained, diminished, returned to human proportions, lying on the tunnel floor with his arms gone. Both arms, cut at the shoulders, the wounds cauterized, clean, bloodless, permanent. Overhaul, the man who reshaped the world with his hands, had no forearms, had nothing below the shoulder but air and the memory of what he had done with the limbs he had lost. He was breathing, he was alive. He would stand trial. He would sit in a cell and spend the rest of his life with the phantom sensation of fingers that would never touch anything again. And every phantom sensation would carry the weight of what those fingers had done to a child who was standing 10 feet behind the boy who had removed them. Izuku sheathed the blade. He turned. Eri was peeking through her fingers. She lowered them when she saw him standing, whole, unhurt, the red glow fading from his sword and from the air and from the walls that had been melting and were now simply warm. "Is it over?" she asked. "Yes." "Is he? He is alive. He will never hurt anyone else." He crouched. She looked at the space where Overhaul lay. She looked at Izuku's face. She looked for a long time, the way children look when they are deciding whether the world has actually changed or whether this is another trick, and the hurt is waiting behind the next door. She decided. She threw herself forward and wrapped both arms around his neck, her face pressed into his shoulder. Her body shook. The deep, racking tremors of someone who has been holding everything for so long that the release feels like it will break them apart. Izuku held her, one arm around her back, careful, gentle, the arm of someone who understood that the body he was holding had been handled roughly by every hand that had ever touched it, and needed to learn that hands could mean something else. The mark on his forehead pulsed, once, soft, warm. "I have you," she cried. She cried until the shaking stopped and the breathing slowed and the tension in her small body released in stages, like a spring uncoiling. And when she finally went still against his shoulder, her grip did not loosen. She held on. He stood with her in his arms. He walked back through the tunnel. The raid team was finishing above, Fat Gum was down but conscious, and Kirishima was bleeding from a cut on his face and grinning through the blood. Night Eye was on a stretcher, and his future sight was telling him things about his own timeline that he was choosing to ignore for now. Izuku emerged from the compound's entrance into the afternoon light. Eri was asleep in his arms, her face pressed against his neck, her breathing even for the first time in what might have been years. The sunlight hit her white hair and turned it silver, and the small horn on her forehead caught the light and gleamed. Aizawa was there. He looked at the girl. He looked at Izuku. Something moved behind his tired eyes, a thing that might have been softness, though he would deny it under oath. "Medical team is ready," Aizawa said. "She stays with me until she wakes up," Izuku said. Aizawa opened his mouth, closed it, nodded. He knew better than to argue with the sun. In the weeks that followed, the world shifted in the shadows the way shadows always shift. Slowly, at the edges where the light does not reach. The League of Villains was changing. Shigaraki was changing. The process had accelerated since Kamino, since All for One's imprisonment, since the public vacuum left by All Might's retirement, since the moment the chess master behind the screen had decided that the endgame required a piece more powerful than any piece that had come before. The Meta Liberation Army, 100,000 strong, hidden in the civilian population, their ideology woven into the fabric of ordinary life, stirred. Their leader, Redestro, preached liberation from the regulation of quirks, the freedom to use one's own body without the state's permission. It was a compelling message. Compelling enough to build an army. The League and the army met. They fought. The League won. Through Shigaraki's evolution, through the terrifying expansion of his decay quirk that consumed city blocks at a touch, through the absorption of the army's resources and personnel into a new entity that combined the League's rage with the army's structure, the Paranormal Liberation Front. 300,000 members, an ideology, a leader who was becoming something more than human. And behind the leader, woven into his nervous system like a second spine, the will of all for one, patient, ancient, steering the vessel toward the moment it had been designed for. Izuku knew. He knew because the world whispered to him through the transparent world, which reached farther than anyone understood, detecting disturbances in the patterns of living things across distances that should have been impossible. He felt the shift the way a seismograph feels the tremor before the quake. Something was building. Something was gathering mass. He went to Nezu. He went to Aizawa. He went to All Might, who sat in a garden chair with a blanket over his knees and the afternoon light on his face and listened with the quiet attention of a man who had been the world's strongest and was now the world's most attentive listener. "How long?" All Might asked. 6 months, Izuku said. Perhaps less. All Might looked at him, the sunken eyes, the skeletal hands folded on the blanket, the mind behind both still sharp, still vast, still carrying the weight of everything he had been and everything he had not managed to be. And when they come, Izuku was quiet. He looked at the garden, the trees turning, the leaves changing color, the small birds that hop between branches with the oblivious joy of things that live in the present and leave the future to larger creatures. "When they come," he said, "I will be there." Momo found him that evening on the rooftop of the dormitory. He was training. The forms, always the forms. The blade moving through the air in arcs of red that painted the darkness and faded. The rhythm of his breathing filled the rooftop with warmth, and the cold October air retreated from him in a circle that smelled like summer. She watched from the stairwell door for a full minute before he acknowledged her. He always knew she was there. The transparent world did not have blind spots. But he waited for her to choose to enter, because Momo's choices mattered, and he treated them that way. She stepped onto the roof. He completed the form. He sheathed the blade. He turned. "You should be sleeping," he said. "So should you," he smiled. Small, genuine. "I sleep less than most people. I have noticed." She walked to the railing and looked out at the city. The lights, the distant sound of traffic, the unremarkable beauty of a world that did not know what was coming. "The intelligence briefing today, you told Nezu that the timeline has accelerated." "I did. You believe the Paranormal Liberation Front will move within months. I believe they have already begun." She was quiet. Her hands rested on the railing. Her hair was down, loose around her shoulders, which was unusual for her, which meant she had come here from her room without the usual preparation, which meant the coming was impulsive, which meant something was pressing on her that could not wait for morning. "Are you afraid?" she asked. She did not look at him. She asked the railing, or the city, or the space between the two. He considered the question. He gave it the weight it deserved. "I am aware," he said. "Awareness and fear occupy the same space but serve different purposes. Fear paralyzes. Awareness prepares." "That is not what I asked." "I know." He moved to the railing beside her, close enough that the warmth of his body reached her, that the cold she had been feeling since the briefing receded. "I am concerned about the people I care about the students who will be on the front lines, about the world that does not know what is coming and cannot be told without causing the panic that would make it worse." She looked at him then. Her eyes were dark in the low light, and in them was something he had seen before. In Ida's eyes in a hallway, in Katsuki's eyes on a rooftop, in his mother's eyes at the door. The look of someone who has realized that caring about another person creates a vulnerability that no training can address. "I am concerned about you," she said. The words were precise. Momo Yaoyorozu did not waste language. Every word she spoke was chosen, tested against alternatives, deployed because it was the exact word that the moment required. He looked at her. The transparent world showed him what his eyes already knew: the elevated heart rate, the slight flush at the base of her neck, the way her hands gripped the railing a fraction tighter. The molecular signatures of someone whose body was reacting to proximity, to warmth, to the specific chemistry that occurs when a person has crossed the line between caring about someone and caring about them. "You are the warmest person I have ever met," he said. She blinked. What? Warm, he said. "In every sense of the word. The way you treat people, the way you think, the way you hold space for the people around you without anyone noticing. The way you are standing here at midnight on a cold roof because you were worried about someone else." He paused. "You are warm, Momo, and I have been cold for a very long time, longer than makes sense, and you make the cold less." She stared at him. Her composure, the elegant, practiced, structural composure that she wore like armor and had been wearing since childhood, trembled. Her hands stopped working. The quirk that ran on focus and precision stuttered, and if she had been trying to create something in that moment, the creation would have stalled. Because the part of her that governed composure had stepped aside to make room for something larger and less controllable. 3 seconds. She stood still for 3 seconds, which was the longest she had ever been still in his presence without doing something purposeful, and in those 3 seconds the space between them changed permanently. "Oh," she said, quietly. The word held a world. He smiled. She saw it, the real one, the rare one. The one that reached his eyes and softened the ancient sadness behind them, and for a moment, just a moment, replaced it with something that looked like the beginning of peace. She exhaled. The cold October air carried her breath away in a plume of white. She looked at the city. She looked at him. "I'm going to hold you to that," she said. "I hope you do." They stood at the railing until the cold drove them inside, and when they walked down the stairwell, their shoulders touched and neither of them moved away. The months that followed were preparation and accumulation. The hero world geared for war. Izuku trained, harder than he ever had, pushing the boundaries of the forms, exploring the spaces between them where new applications lived. He trained with his classmates. He trained alone. He sat in meetings with Nezu and Aizawa and Hawks, the number 2 hero, who had infiltrated the PLF and was feeding intelligence back through channels so encrypted that only 3 people had access. He sat with Eri on Sunday afternoons in the UA gardens. She was recovering, slowly, carefully, the way someone recovers from a wound that was never physical. Her quirk was still unstable. Her smile was still rare, but it appeared more frequently now, usually in response to something Izuku said or did. The way he listened to her without rushing, but the way he never touched her without permission. The way he brought her apple slices and sat beside her on the grass and let the sun warm them both while she talked about things that mattered to a 6-year-old, and he treated each one as if it mattered to him too. He sat with Momo. In the library, in the common room, on the rooftop, where they had stood in October, and something had shifted. They studied together, and the studying was real. They were both too serious for it to be otherwise. But the togetherness was the thing that mattered, and they both knew it, and the knowing sat between them like a fire that neither of them wanted to put out. She touched the scar on his forearm, the one from the training drone, one evening while they were reviewing strategy documents at his desk. Her fingers traced the line of it absently, the way you trace a mark on a map, following its geography. He looked at her hand. He looked at her face. She looked up. She pulled her hand back. The tips of her ears went pink. "Sorry. Do not apologize." She held his gaze. Something moved between them that had been building for months and was finally close enough to touch. She stood. She straightened the papers she had been reviewing. She left the room with her composure intact and her heartbeat in her throat. The war came. 3 a.m. Simultaneous attacks on 14 locations across Japan. The Paranormal Liberation Front moved with military precision. The hospitals, the hero agencies, the infrastructure centers, the civilian shelters. 300,000 people armed with ideology and quirks and the specific fervor that comes from believing you are freeing the world from its own rules. Gigantomachia awoke. The ancient behemoth that had served All for One for decades rose from his mountain and began to walk. And where he walked, the world came apart. Buildings fell, roads split, a path of annihilation carved from the mountains to the coast, and on his back, the League rode like generals on a war beast. The heroes responded. Every agency, every student, every retired pro who could still stand. The deployment was massive and coordinated and ultimately insufficient because the scale of what was happening exceeded every projection and every plan and every worst-case scenario that had been gamed in the months of preparation. Jakku City became the center, the hospital where Dr. Ujiko had been running his experiments, where the Nomu production line had been operating in the building's sub-basement, became the focal point of the conflict. Heroes stormed the building. Villains defended it. The Nomu emerged, dozens of them, then hundreds, the product of years of suffering and forced quirk integration, each one a weapon made of someone who used to be a person. Izuku felt them. The transparent world showed him the Nomu from miles away. The twisted interiors, the forced quirk factors, the suffering encoded in their cells. He felt them the way you feel a wound in your own body, because the grief he carried extended across lifetimes and the suffering of others registered in him like a chord struck on an instrument that was always listening. He went to the front. The battlefield was apocalyptic. Fire, ice, lightning, the full spectrum of human power deployed against itself, heroes and villains locked in 1,000 individual battles across a landscape that was being reshaped by the fighting itself. Buildings collapsed, the ground cratered. The sky turned orange with smoke and red with distant fire, and black with the ash that rose from everything that was burning. Izuku moved through it. He moved through the Nomu, cutting them free, one by one, the red blade severing the forced quirk factors with the same precision he had used on the first Nomu at the USJ, the solar fire cauterizing the connections, ending the suffering of each one as he passed. They fell behind him like leaves in autumn. Their twisted bodies finally still, the pain finally stopped. He moved through the PLF soldiers, disabling, not killing, the blades striking with the flat or the pressure points, finding the precise locations that shut the body down without damaging it. They fell in rows, unconscious, and other heroes came behind him and secured them, and the path he carved through the battlefield was a line of cleared ground that the hero forces used as a corridor to push forward. And at the center of it all, at the point where the PLF's command structure was thickest and the fighting was fiercest, he found what he had come for. Shigaraki stood in the ruins of what had been a hospital. The building was gone, not destroyed, dissolved. The matter that had composed it broken down to dust by a quirk that had evolved beyond anything the world had seen. Decay at a scale that was geological. A touch that unmade the world. But it was not the decay that stopped Izuku's breath. It was what lived inside. The transparent world showed him Shigaraki's interior, and what he saw made the grief crack open in his chest like a fault line splitting. All for One was there, not a ghost, not a memory, a presence, woven into Shigaraki's nervous system, layered over his neural pathways, a second consciousness that had been growing inside the boy like a parasite inside a host for years. The original architecture of Shigaraki's mind was still visible beneath it. The boy, the child who had lost his family to his own quirk, the grief that had been harvested and weaponized by the man who had caused it. But it was buried now, pressed beneath the overlay of AFO's will like a flower pressed beneath a stone. Two people in one body. One of them was a weapon. The other was a victim. Izuku looked at Shigaraki and felt the weight of every life he had not saved across two existences settle onto his shoulders like a physical burden. The man he had been before, Yoriichi Tsugikuni, the greatest swordsman who ever lived, the man who walked through a world of demons and cut them down and wept for every one of them, had carried this weight until his body broke and his heart stopped, and his last breath was a prayer for the souls he could not reach. This time would be different. Tomura, he said. Shigaraki's head turned. The movement was wrong, too smooth, too controlled, the articulation of a body being operated by something that was not the body's owner. The eyes that looked at Izuku were red, and behind them, something older and darker and infinitely more calculating assessed the boy with the red mark on his forehead. For a moment, a fraction of a breath, The calculation flickered. The puppet strings trembled, and underneath, buried but alive, the real Shigaraki looked out through his own eyes and saw the boy standing in the ruins with a burning sword. The moment passed. The hand closed. AFO's control reasserted itself with the cold efficiency of a mechanism designed to override everything human. "You have been a problem," Shigaraki said. The voice was wrong. 2 registers, layered over each other like recordings played simultaneously. 2 people speaking from one throat, one of them angry and young and broken, the other calm and old and hungry. "I know," Izuku said. "You cannot stop this. The world breaks tonight." "The world has broken before," Izuku said quietly. "It is still here." He drew the blade red, the deepest red it had ever been, a color that was beyond crimson, beyond scarlet, a color that existed at the edge of the visible spectrum where light becomes heat, becomes something that the human eye interprets as beauty and the human body interprets as danger. The air around the blade screamed, a high, thin sound, the atmosphere itself, protesting the energy being channeled through a strip of forged steel that had been made by a retired craftsman in a city workshop and was now carrying the power of a soul that had been burning since before this world had its name. The mark on his forehead ignited. The red pulse became a constant glow, a small sun embedded in the skin, radiating light that cast his features in sharp relief and threw his shadow behind him like a banner. Shigaraki AFO moved. The stolen quirks activated in sequence. Air cannon, rivet stab, kinetic reversal, forced activation, a cascade of abilities that fired from a single body with the coordinated precision of an orchestra playing a symphony composed over centuries. The ground shattered, the air compressed. Shockwaves radiated outward in concentric rings that flattened everything within 50 meters. Izuku stepped through them. First form. Dance. A horizontal arc of solar fire that met the air cannon blast and split it. The pressurized air parting around the blade's trajectory like water around a hull. The shockwave redirected to either side where it hit empty ground and spent itself. Izuku moved forward. Through the blast, through the debris. Through the cascading quirk effects that would have killed anyone who lacked the speed to evade them, and the durability to absorb what could not be evaded, Shigaraki AFO raised a hand. Decay activated. The ground beneath Izuku's feet began to disintegrate. Matter coming apart at the atomic level, spreading outward in a wave of dissolution that consumed stone and steel and air itself. Izuku jumped. Straight up. 40 feet. The decay wave passed beneath him and consumed the ground where he had been standing, leaving a crater of nothingness, not empty space. Nothingness. The absolute absence of matter that was Shigaraki's quirk taken to its logical conclusion. From the apex of the jump, he looked down. Shigaraki AFO looked up. Their eyes met across the distance, and in that meeting there was the recognition of 2 forces that were fundamentally incompatible. One that destroyed, one that sustained, facing each other across the space where the world held its breath. Third form, raging sun. 2 simultaneous horizontal slashes from above. The twin arcs of solar fire descended like the wings of something burning, converging on Shigaraki AFO's position. The heat alone should have been lethal. The temperature at the point of contact exceeded the surface of the star that the forms were named for. Shigaraki AFO activated regeneration. And 100 other stolen quirks: shock absorption, kinetic nullification, heat resistance, cellular reinforcement. The body tanked the hit. The solar fire washed over it and burned and seared, and the regeneration fought back, cell by cell, the damage and repair happening simultaneously in a biological arms race that turned Shigaraki AFO's body into a battlefield of its own. He survived. He counterattacked. Tendrils of dark energy, a quirk Izuku had never seen, something pulled from AFO's deepest reserves, shot from his arms and wrapped around the space where Izuku was falling. The tendrils moved faster than physics should have allowed, bending the air, cutting through the heat haze, targeting the boy with the precision of weapons guided by a mind that had been fighting for centuries. 8th form. Firewheel, a full-body rotation mid-air. The red blade traced a complete circle of solar flame around Izuku's falling body, and the tendrils hit the circle and burned. Ash fell from where they had been, dark flakes that caught the wind and scattered. Izuku landed. The impact cracked the ground in a sunburst pattern. He stood. Shigaraki FO was already moving. Closer now. The stolen quirks shifted from range to close combat, from blasts and tendrils to enhanced strength and speed, and the kind of physical augmentation that turned a human body into a weapon system. He closed the distance in one step. His hand reached for Izuku's face. Decay at maximum output, the touch that unraveled everything it contacted. Izuku entered the selfless state. He vanished. The hand closed on empty air. Shigaraki AFO's sensors, the stolen quirks that detected life energy, that tracked heat, that measured electromagnetic signatures, found nothing. The space where Izuku had been was simply empty. The temperature was warm. The air was still. The boy was gone. Shigaraki AFO spun. The stolen sensing quirks reached outward. Search, infrared, sonar, life force detection. Nothing. Nothing in any direction. The boy with the red mark had erased himself from every spectrum the stolen arsenal could access. Where? The blade came from the left. The selfless state broke at the instant of contact, the presence returning like a wave hitting a shore, sudden and total and overwhelming. Izuku's aura flooded back into the world, and the sensory quirks that had been searching for him were hit with the full, unfiltered signal of the sun, and the overload made Shigaraki AFO stagger. 10th form. Beneficent Radiance. A spiraling overhead slash wrapped in a pillar of solar fire that descended like a judgment rendered in light. The blade caught Shigaraki AFO's left arm and severed it at the elbow. The solar fire entered the wound and burned inward, chasing the regeneration, countering it, the heat embedded so deeply that the cells could not rebuild fast enough to close the gap. Shigaraki AFO screamed. Two voices. The puppet and the hand inside it, both in agony, both furious, both reaching for the reserves that centuries of theft had accumulated. The arm did not regenerate. The battlefield paused. Across Jakku City, across the multiple fronts where heroes and villains fought, the combatants on both sides felt something shift. A tremor that was not physical, a change in the weight of the air, in the quality of the light, in the fundamental sense of momentum that guided large-scale conflict. Something had happened at the center. Something had changed. Shigaraki AFO looked at his severed arm. The stump was cauterized, black at the edges, still smoking. The regeneration pushed against the burns and failed. Pushed again, failed again. The solar fire was embedded in the wound like a signature, a brand, a message written in heat that said, "This cannot be undone." What? The voice was shaking now, both voices. The control that AFO had maintained, the calm, measured chess player composure was cracking. Izuku stood 10 feet away. The blade burned in his hand. His expression was unchanged. Calm, clear, transparent. But behind the calm, in the space that only the transparent world could reveal, something was happening. A convergence, a gathering. As if every form he had ever practiced, every breath he had ever drawn, every moment of training and grief and love and loss across 2 lifetimes was collecting itself into a single point of focus that would be called upon once and only once, and would be sufficient. Tomura, he said again. The name, not the title. The boy, not the weapon. Shigaraki AFO's remaining hand clenched. The stolen quirks surged, every one of them, all at once, a simultaneous activation that turned the air into energy and the ground into dust, and the sky into a canvas of competing forces that fought each other as much as they fought the boy with the sword. The overload was intentional. AFO was spending everything, the entire collection, the century of theft, the accumulated arsenal, in one devastating, world-ending output. The gambit of a being that had never been forced to spend its reserves and was now discovering for the first time that the reserves were finite. Izuku met it, every form, in sequence, continuous. Second for a blue sky. He spun through the first wave, a ring of solar fire that pushed the stolen quirk effects outward and away. Third form, raging sun. 2 horizontal arcs that carved through the second wave. The heavier attacks, the kinetic blasts, the air cannons. Fourth form, burning bones, summer sun. An upward rising arc that caught the debris, the chunks of earth and steel and matter that AFO's output had torn from the ground and vaporized them. Fifth form, setting sun transformation. The downward flip that brought him close enough to strike, and the strike found Shigaraki AFO's right shoulder and cut deep, and the solar fire entered and the regeneration failed again, and the second arm went still. Sixth form, solar heat haze. The blade warped the air, the afterimage hung where Izuku had been, and the counterattack from the stolen quirks hit the mirage and passed through it and hit nothing. 7th form, fake rainbow. Multiple afterimages now, 6, 8, each one burning, each one a phantom that drew fire, while the real Izuku moved through the spaces between them. 8th form, fire wheel. A full rotation that cleared the air around him, a sphere of solar fire that pushed everything back and gave him space. 9th form, sunflower thrust, straight through. The blade punched through the center of Shigaraki AFO's chest, through the stolen quirks layered there, through the regeneration core, through the biological architecture that AFO had built to keep the host body functioning. The heat severed the connections, the quirk factors came apart, each one burned. 10th form, beneficent radiance. The spiraling slash pulled free and carved upward, the solar fire trailing behind it like a comet's tail, and the trail stayed. A burning line from the chest to the sky that divided the air and the darkness and the night itself. 11th form, Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. He became the fire. The spiraling dragon of solar flame that had dismantled Stain in a back alley in Hosu was different now. Larger, hotter, faster. The product of a body that had been training for this moment since before it was born. The dragon wrapped around Shigaraki AFO and burned through the remaining stolen quirks one by one, each pass stripping another layer, each revolution of the spiral removing another piece of the century-old arsenal, until what remained was just a body, just a boy, just the wreckage of a life that had been stolen before it started. 12th form, flame dance. The final preparation, 2 alternating slashes of immense speed that cleared the last defenses, the last quirk effects, the last barriers between the blade and the thing it needed to reach, and then silence. Izuku stood above Shigaraki AFO. The stolen quirks were gone. Burned out, severed, dismantled. The regeneration was gone. The body on the ground was just a body. Broken, bleeding, alive, 2 presences inside it. One was Shigaraki, barely a whisper, a guttering candle. The other was AFO. The will, the ancient will, still there, still clinging, still trying to control a puppet whose strings had been cut. Izuku looked down. The blade was red. The world was red and warm and still. Still, he could see the boy. With the transparent world, through all the layers of damage and corruption and theft, he could see Tenko Shimura. The child who had lost his family and been taken by the man who had caused the loss and been shaped into a weapon that was aimed at the world that had failed him. "You have suffered greatly," Izuku said. Soft. The words carried the weight of a lifetime of grief. 2 lifetimes, and the sadness in them was vast and genuine, and belonged to someone who had watched suffering across centuries and had never learned to accept it. Shigaraki's eyes, the real ones, the boy's, looked up through the wreckage of AFO's control. The red irises were dimmer now. The madness was gone. What was left was something small and tired and very, very young. "Rest now," Izuku said. He turned his attention to the other presence, AFO, the will that would not die, the parasite that clung to the host, the architect of suffering who had built an empire on stolen power and broken children. There was nothing to say to it. He had spent 2 lifetimes learning that some things were beyond words, that some evils were not misunderstood. They were chosen, cultivated, maintained with the deliberate effort of a consciousness that preferred dominion to connection and would destroy the world before it allowed the world to be free. He raised the blade. "I do not wish to kill," he said. The words were for himself, a reminder, a prayer, a truth spoken in the space before an act that would end something that had existed for centuries. "But I will not allow you to take another life. Your path ends here." The blade came down. 13th form, all 12 forms, continuous. A spiral of red solar fire that descended through Shigaraki AFO's body like a meteor through atmosphere, each form targeting a different remnant of AFO's presence, each pass of the blade burning deeper, reaching further, finding the places where the ancient will had hidden itself and had woven itself into the tissue and the bone and the very cells of the host. The solar fire consumed it, layer by layer, thread by thread. The will of all for one, the thief, the tyrant, the shadow that had haunted humanity for generations, burned. It burned the way all darkness burns when the sun finds it, completely, permanently, without negotiation. The fire did not stop until there was nothing left to find. Until the transparent world showed Izuku a body that contained one presence only. Until the host was clean. Until the parasite was ash. He sheathed the sword. The night was quiet. across the battlefield, the fighting was ending. Without Shigaraki AFO, the PLF's coordination collapsed. The Nomu, those that remained, went still, their programming severed at the source. The human soldiers, bereft of leadership and ideology and the certainty that had sustained them, threw down weapons and raised hands and became, in an instant, ordinary people who had made terrible choices and were beginning to understand it. Gigantomachia stopped. The great beast, mid-stride, froze. The neural commands from his master cutting off like a severed wire, and then he sat down slowly, the way a mountain sits when it decides it has been standing long enough, and the ground shook one final time and was still. Izuku stood in the ruins. The red glow faded from his blade. The mark on his forehead dimmed from burning to warm to the soft, steady pulse that was his resting state. He looked at Shigaraki's body. The boy, just the boy now, just Tenko, was unconscious, breathing. The vital signs visible through the transparent world were weak but stable. He would live. He would face whatever came next without the hand inside him directing every step. Izuku looked at the sky. The horizon was shifting, the deep black of night giving way to something lighter at the eastern edge. A thinning of the darkness that preceded the dawn by the margin of minutes that separated the last of the dark from the first of the light. The sun was rising. He watched it come, the first band of orange above the distant mountains, then gold, then the red that touched the edges of everything and turned the ruins into something that, if you squinted, if you let your eyes unfocus, looked almost beautiful in the way that damaged things are beautiful when they are lit from above. The mark on his forehead pulsed, once, soft, warm. A rhythm that matched his heartbeat, and the heartbeat matched the turning of the earth, and the turning of the earth matched the rising of the sun, and all of it, the boy, the blade, the morning, was one continuous thing. This time, he said, barely a whisper, a promise made in a dark room months ago, spoken aloud now in the open air with the dawn breaking over him, and the war ending behind him, and the people he loved alive, in a world that was battered and broken and still here. This time, I saved them. The reactions came in the hours and days that followed, and each one carried a weight that no summary could contain. All Might watched the footage from a hospital bed. The IV in his arm delivered fluids that his body no longer absorbed efficiently, and the monitors beside him beeped at intervals that were slower than they should have been, and that he ignored with the practiced ease of a man who had been ignoring his own limitations for decades. The screen on the wall showed aerial footage, drones that had captured the final moments of the fight, the spiral of red fire descending, the flash that turned the night into something that was indistinguishable from noon. He watched it once. His hands, skeletal and thin, gripped the bedsheet. He watched it again. The tears came on the second viewing. Quiet, steady, running down the hollows of his face without ceremony. He let them fall. He had earned the right to cry openly, and if the nurse who checked on him at dawn found the pillow damp, she said nothing about it, and he was grateful. Aizawa stood in the rubble of the sector where his students had fought. The morning light was harsh on the damage, the collapsed buildings, the cratered streets, the fire trucks still pumping water onto structures that smoldered. His students were alive, all of them, bruised, battered, some of them in medical tents with injuries that would heal and stories they would carry, but alive. Everyone. He looked at the skyline, at the gap in the buildings where the hospital had been, at the plume of smoke that rose from the center of the battle and caught the dawnlight and turned it gray. He said nothing. He stood there in his torn bodysuit with his capture weapon loose around his neck, and he said nothing because he was Shota Aizawa, and words were imprecise tools. And silence was the only thing large enough to hold what he felt. Katsuki sat on the hood of a destroyed car. The vehicle had been flipped during the fighting. He had flipped it himself, using it as a launch platform for an aerial assault on a cluster of PLF soldiers that had been threatening a civilian evacuation route. The explosion marks on the hood were his. The blood on his knuckles was mixed, his and theirs. His breathing was rough. His body was running on adrenaline and willpower, and the specific Katsuki Bakugo refusal to acknowledge physical limitation that had been the defining feature of his existence since birth. He looked at the sky. The space where the 13th form had lit up the night was empty now. Just sky, just morning. Just the ordinary miracle of a new day that the world had not been guaranteed to see. His hands were on his knees, open, palms up. The nitroglycerin sweat had dried. The heat was gone. He looked at his palms, at the lines and calluses and the small scars that told the story of every explosion he had ever set off, and he turned them over. Closed them. Opened them. Unbelievable, he said, to no one. To the air. To the morning that was still figuring out how to be a morning after a night like that. He meant it as the purest compliment his vocabulary contained. He meant it without irony, without resentment, without the competitive edge that had been the defining frame of every interaction he had ever had with the boy whose name he still would not say out loud, because saying it would mean accepting its weight. He said it, and then he sat in the silence of it, and the silence was clean. Todoroki was in a medical tent in the civilian sector. His left hand, the fire hand, was extended over an injured woman's legs, the flames burning low and steady, generating warmth that the hypothermic body needed to survive until the medics arrived. He had been doing this for an hour. His concentration was total. The fire was precise, calibrated to body temperature, 5 adjusted by the transparent world techniques that Izuku had described to him once in a hallway, and that he had practiced every night since. He looked at his left hand. The fire danced on his fingertips. The light of it played across the woman's face and his own, and in the overlap, the warm light touching the scar beneath his eye, he saw something he had been avoiding for years. Himself. His fire. His choice. His life, lived on his own terms, free of the shadow that had defined every flame he had ever produced. Endeavor was somewhere in the wreckage, fighting in his own sector, and for the first time, that fact occupied the same space as Todoroki's fire without contaminating it. The fire on his hand was his. It had always been his. The boy with the red mark had told him so on a tournament stage, and he had believed it then, and he believed it now, and the believing felt like exhaling after holding his breath for his entire life. Eri was at UA, the dormitory common room. The television was on. News coverage, continuous, the footage cycling through different angles of the same impossible night. Aizawa had left a phone number and instructions. Call if you need anything. It was in the workshop next door. Available, present. She sat on the couch with a blanket around her shoulders and watched the screen. The footage showed the aftermath, the heroes, the rubble, the sunrise. And then a clip from a civilian's phone. A figure walking out of the ruins as the dawn broke behind him, a sword on his back, a red mark on his forehead catching the first light. Eri exhaled. The breath she had been holding since the news broke. The breath she had been holding since the evening reports said, major villain offensive, all heroes deployed, outcome uncertain, finally released. Her small body settled into the couch. The tension in her shoulders loosened. The blanket slipped and she pulled it tighter, and she smiled. Small. Real. The smile of a child who had been saved by a warm hand in a cold place and had just confirmed that the hand was still in the world. The Hero Commission chairwoman sat in her office. The file on her desk was closed, the one labeled Midoriya, Izuku. Quirk, blessed son. She had not opened it tonight. She had not needed to. The intelligence feeds had told her everything. The deployment, the engagement, the moment when the 13th form descended, and the sensors across 4 prefectures registered a thermal event that exceeded their calibration parameters. She looked at the file. She did not write anything on its cover. The labels and classifications and risk assessments that her organization had been applying to this boy for 3 years felt suddenly, absurdly inadequate, like trying to label the ocean, like trying to file the sky. She set the file down. She looked out the window. Tokyo was waking up. The first trains running, the streetlights dimming, the mundane machinery of a city that had survived the night resuming its ordinary work. She allowed herself 30 seconds. 30 seconds of something she had not felt since before she took this office, since before the weight of managing the most powerful beings on the planet had compressed her emotional range to a narrow band between caution and calculation. Relief. Genuine, uncomplicated, warm relief. She closed her eyes. She let the 30 seconds last. Momo was in a medical tent on the Eastern Front. She had fought in her sector. Adaptive. Brilliant. A hero in every sense of the word that mattered. She had created barriers to protect evacuating civilians. She had generated insulating materials to shield the wounded from the cold. She had fought 3 PLF soldiers with a staff she forged from her own body and put them down with the kind of controlled technical precision that turned combat into a demonstration of what the human mind could achieve when it refused to panic. She had been hurt. A laceration on her left arm, the edge of a quirk-enhanced blade that had gotten inside her guard during the 3rd engagement. Minor. She knew it was minor. The medic who treated it confirmed it was minor. The bandage was clean, the wound was shallow, the arm was functional. She sat on a cot in the tent and waited. Her composure was locked in place, the posture, the expression, the controlled breathing that she had learned before she learned to read. She was fine. She was fine because she had trained to be fine, because being fine was the expectation, because Yaoyorozu women did not break in medical tents after battles. Izuku walked through the tent flap. He was upright. Walking. His clothes were torn and singed, and one sleeve was gone entirely. There was blood on his arm that was not his, someone else's, from someone he had carried during the fighting. His hair was loose around his face, and the mark on his forehead was pulsing softly, and he looked tired in a way that transcended physical exhaustion and entered the territory of something that only sleep would not fix. He saw her. He crossed the space between them in 3 steps. He sat beside her on the cot. He said nothing. He put his hand over hers. The composure broke. She leaned into him. Her face pressed against the side of his neck. Her breath came in shudders. The deep, racking kind that happens when the body finally releases what the mind has been holding. And the release is neither graceful nor controlled, and there is no composure to maintain, because the person you are leaning against has already seen through every layer of composure you have ever worn and loved what was underneath. He put his arm around her. He held her without moving, without speaking, without trying to fix or reassure or fill the silence with words that would have been smaller than the moment required. The silence was full of everything that had made it through the night alive, full of the warmth that passed between 2 bodies pressed together in a medical tent while the world outside continued its difficult work of surviving, full of the specific, wordless communication that happens when 2 people who have been circling each other for months finally stop circling and stand still. She breathed against his neck. He held her. The morning light came through the tent's canvas and painted them in gold, and neither of them moved, and neither of them needed to. The garden was quiet in early autumn. The leaves were turning, green to gold to the deep red that comes at the end of the season, when the trees are preparing to let go of what they've been carrying, and the air smells like change. UA's campus grounds had been repaired, the damage from the war patched and rebuilt, the buildings reinforced, the gardens replanted. And in the late afternoon light, with the shadows long and the breeze carrying the scent of cut grass, it looked almost peaceful. All Might sat in a garden chair with a blanket over his knees. The blanket was Izuku Midoriya's doing. She had brought it last Sunday, insisting that the weather was turning and that he would catch cold. And All Might had accepted it with the quiet gratitude of a man who had spent decades taking care of the world and was still learning to let the world take care of him. Izuku sat beside him. The katana leaned against the chair. His hair was tied back. The mark on his forehead pulsed softly in the autumn light, a slow, warm rhythm that matched the cadence of a conversation that was taking its time. "I never told you," All Might said. His voice was rougher now than it had been, the years and the injuries accumulating in the register of his words. "That night at Kamino, I saw you at the edge of the field. You could have intervened. You chose to stay." "I did," Izuku said. "Why?" Izuku watched a leaf fall. It came from the maple above them, gold, veined with red, turning slowly as it descended through the still air. It landed on the path between their chairs and rested there, bright against the gray stone. "Because that fight was yours to finish," he said. "Some debts can only be paid by the person who owes them. If I had stepped in, I would have taken that from you, and you needed it more than you needed saving." All Might looked at him. The sunken blue eyes, still vast, still carrying the depth of a man who had seen the world at its worst and its best and had chosen every single time to stand between the two. "Who taught you that?" All Might asked. Izuku smiled. Small. The kind of smile that holds more history than the mouth that makes it. I have known it for a very long time, longer than I have been me. All Might nodded. The nod was slow, considered, the acceptance of an answer that explained everything and nothing and was exactly sufficient. The garden was quiet. A bird sang from the maple. The shadows moved across the grass with the patience of things that have nowhere else to be. Are you happy, my boy? Izuku considered this. He looked at the sky, wide and blue and fading to gold at the western edge where the sun was beginning its descent. He thought of Momo's laugh, the real one. The surprise came out when he said something she did not expect, and her composure forgot to catch it. Of Eri's hand in his, of Katsuki's open palms on the hood of a car and the word unbelievable spoken like a gift. Of his mother's embrace. The Sunday hugs that lasted too long and were never long enough. Of Ida standing straight, holding on. Of Todoroki's fire, finally his. Yes, he said, and meant it. For the first time in a very long time, longer than one lifetime, longer than two, the word arrived without the grief underneath. The grief was still there, it would always be there, but it was no longer the foundation, it was the soil, and from it something had grown. Good, All Might said. Good. They sat in the garden until the sun went down. Neither of them spoke again. The silence held them the way silence holds all things that have earned it. Gently, completely, with the understanding that some moments are finished by their own perfection and require nothing more. Years passed. They passed the way years do, quickly from the outside, slowly from the inside, each one containing more than any calendar could record. The world changed. The hero system reformed. The commission restructured under new leadership, the provisional license requirements expanded, the relationship between heroes and the communities they served rebalanced towards something that looked from a distance like partnership rather than protection. It was imperfect. It was always imperfect. But it was better, and better was the direction that mattered. Yue graduated a class that the world would tell stories about for decades. Katsuki Bakugo became the number 2 hero. Explosive, brilliant, unstoppable, running an agency in downtown Musutafu that handled more high-level incidents per year than any other in the country. He never stopped competing. He never stopped pushing. But the pushing changed. It was no longer aimed at closing a gap, but at becoming the best version of the person on his side of it. Todoroki Shoto became a hero who specialized in disaster relief. Ice and fire deployed with equal mastery. The two halves of himself working in concert for the first time, the scar on his face carrying a different meaning now. He visited his mother every week. He spoke to his father sometimes. The conversations were difficult and short, and represented a kind of progress that could not be measured in words. Ida Tenya became a hero who ran the way his brother had, with purpose, with integrity, with the kind of earnest dedication that made people smile even as they stepped out of his way. He led a team, he trained juniors. He called Izuku every Thursday evening, and the conversations lasted exactly 12 minutes because Ida was precise about everything, and the 12 minutes contained more genuine friendship than most people experienced in a lifetime. Uraraka Ochako became a hero who specialized in search and rescue. Her gravity quirk evolved and refined, her instincts sharpened, her parents' construction company thriving on the contracts that came from having a famous daughter who had never once asked for anything in return. She remained kind. She remained clumsy. She remained someone who tripped over flat surfaces and laughed about it, and the world was better for every laugh. Eri grew up. She grew up at UA, where Aizawa, who would deny any parental feeling under torture, raised her with the gruff, thorough, exhausted love of a man who had never planned to be a father and was better at it than anyone expected. Her quirk stabilized. Her smile stabilized. She became a young woman who carried scars and carried them well. And when she stood in the sunlight, the small horn on her forehead gleamed, and she was beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they have survived what should have broken them and chose to bloom instead. Izuku Midoriya was a hero. His agency was small, a converted building on the outskirts of Musutafu, near the edge of town, where the urban gave way to the green, and the morning light came unobstructed through the windows. The building held an office, a training room, a medical suite, and a waiting area where the chairs were comfortable and the tea was always ready, because the people who came through the door were often frightened, and frightened people needed comfort before they needed heroism. His hero name was Sun. He chose it because it was what he was, what he had been, what he would always be. He wore the name the way he wore the mark on his forehead, without ceremony, without weight, as a fact of his existence rather than an aspiration. He accepted no ranking. The hero charts listed him as unranked, not because he lacked the points or the performance metrics, but because the commission had quietly agreed, after a meeting that lasted 4 hours and produced a single sentence of official policy, that ranking Izuku Midoriya against other heroes was an exercise in category error. He lived in a house at the edge of Musutafu. Not large enough. A garden in the back that caught morning light and held it well. Bookshelves lined every available wall. History, philosophy, swordsmanship, botany, children's books, cookbooks, a complete set of hero analysis journals that spanned 15 years and 37 volumes. A wooden stand near the door where the black katana rested, polished, the blade dark until the light caught it and then it shimmered the way it always had, like oil on water, like a memory of fire held in steel. Momo Yaoyorozu married him on a spring morning in a garden that smelled like jasmine and fresh earth. The ceremony was small: family, friends, the people who mattered, and none of the people who did not. Inko cried through the entire thing. All Might, in attendance, skeletal and beaming, placed his hand on his chest during the vows and felt his heart do something it had not done since the days when it had been strong enough to power the world's hope. The proposal had happened in the same garden where they first talked, the UA grounds, after hours, the light low and the air cool, and the two of them sitting on a bench that had become theirs through the accumulated weight of every conversation they had ever had on it. He asked her the way he did everything, quietly, directly, with the calm certainty that came from knowing the answer before the question and asking anyway because the asking mattered. She said yes. She said it immediately. She said it without the composure she usually wore, which meant she said it as herself, wholly, completely, the person beneath the excellence and the precision and the armor of being perpetually prepared. And the sound of her voice saying that single word was the warmest thing Izuku had heard in either of his lives. Momo Midoriya was a hero in her own right. Top tier, recognized. Her agency operated from the same building as Izuku's. Adjacent offices, shared resources, a partnership that extended from the personal to the professional with the seamless efficiency of two people who had been working together so long that the boundaries between their individual competences had dissolved into something collaborative and unstoppable. She was brilliant. She had always been brilliant. But the brilliance had changed. It was no longer the pressured, performative excellence of a girl raised to be exceptional. It was the natural, unhurried intelligence of a woman who had learned to trust her own mind without needing anyone's approval. And the learning had happened gradually, in the spaces between battles and study sessions and rooftop conversations, in the slow, steady warmth of a partnership that saw her before she saw herself. They had children. 2. The first was a girl. She was 6 years old and already the most patient person in the house, which was remarkable for a household that contained Izuku Midoriya and should have been unremarkable for a household that contained Momo. She had her mother's composure and her father's eyes. Dark green, clear, looking through things rather than at them, processing the world with a calm attention that teachers found unsettling and her grandmother found completely perfect. The mark on her forehead was small, faint, the palest suggestion of red, like an ember that had not yet decided whether to catch. She might develop it further. She might not. Either way, the way she sat on the porch and watched the morning with that ancient, settled patience made Momo's chest do things she could not describe. The second was a boy. He was 3. He was loud in the way that came from Momo's side of the family. Opinionated, precise, already explaining to his sister why her approach to building blocks was structurally unsound, and receiving in return the calm green stare that said she had heard him and was choosing to continue anyway. He had green hair. It was chaotic, a a field of dark curls that resisted every comb and every attempt at organization and made Izuku Midoriya, who visited every Sunday, declare him the most beautiful child in the history of children and feed him twice what Momo approved of. On Sunday mornings, Izuku trained in the garden. The forms. Always the forms. Slow at this hour. Meditative rather than martial. The blade moving through the air with the deliberate grace of someone who was no longer preparing for combat, and was instead practicing the language of a life that had been given to him twice and that he intended to honor. The grass steamed at his feet. The heat shimmer turned the garden into something that wavered at the edges, as if the air itself was breathing with him. The blade caught the morning light and glowed, not the deep combat red, something softer, something that looked like the color the sky turned at the moment between night and day, when the world was deciding what it wanted to be. His daughter sat on the porch steps and watched. She had been watching since she was 3. She had questions. She always had questions, her mind working behind those green eyes with a quiet intensity that her mother recognized and her father understood. But she had learned to hold them until he finished. Then not because patience was the lesson she was teaching herself, and she was a good student. When he sheathed the blade and turned, she was there. "Papa," she said, "will you teach me?" He crossed the garden. He sat beside her on the steps. The morning light fell across them both, warm and gold and carrying the scent of the jasmine that Momo had planted along the garden wall the spring after they moved in. He was quiet for a moment, looking at her. Those eyes, his eyes, the calm behind them that held a depth she would grow into and a warmth she already possessed. "When you are older," he said. "How much older?" "When you can sit as still as you sat just now, for as long as it takes without needing to be told." She thought about this. The thinking happened behind her face, in the space between her eyebrows where a small furrow appeared and disappeared with the speed of a thought finding its conclusion. "I already can," she said. "I know," he said. "That is why I said older. You are almost there." She considered this with the gravity of someone very small receiving very serious information. Then she nodded, once. The nod was decisive and complete and carried the specific authority of a 6-year-old who has accepted a timeline and intends to meet it. He put his arm around her. She leaned against his side. Her head rested against his ribs, and the warmth of him, the constant, gentle heat that was as much a part of his body as his heartbeat, wrapped around her like a blanket made of something older than fabric. Inside the house, the boy argued with a toy. The argument was one-sided and passionate, and involved the structural integrity of a tower that he had built and his sister had looked at, and he had interpreted the look as criticism. And the tower had fallen, and the injustice of the universe was now being explained to a stuffed bear in terms that the bear bore with patience. Momo stood at the kitchen window with a cup of tea. The steam rose from the cup and dissolved against the glass, and through the glass she watched them. Father and daughter on the porch steps, the sword leaning against the wall, the garden quiet, the mark on his forehead catching the morning light the way it always did, turning it into something warmer. She watched for a long time. She thought of a medical tent, the way her composure had broken against him like a wave against a shore, and the shore had held, and the wave had been allowed to break, and neither one was less for it. She thought of the first time he said her name, the stillness it created, the way the stillness had lasted in her chest for weeks and had never fully resolved but had become, instead, a permanent feature of her internal landscape, a quiet place she could return to that held his voice and his warmth and the steady certainty of someone who saw her whole and loved what he saw. She thought of a rooftop in October. A question she had asked about fear, an answer he gave about warmth. The space between the question and the answer where everything changed. She smiled. The light kind. The real kind. The one that lived behind the composure and came out when no one was watching and when someone was watching, who had taught her that the someone watching could be trusted with the real version of everything. The boy who had been Yoriichi Tsugikuni once, who had carried a century of grief through a life that ended standing up, who had died with the weight of every soul he could not save pressed against his ribs like a stone, who had been born again into a world of quirks and heroes and bright, noisy, beautiful chaos, was sitting in a garden with his daughter on a Sunday morning. The grief was gone. Not buried, not managed, not carried with the stoic endurance that had defined his first life and the early years of his second. Gone. Replaced by the sound of a boy arguing with a toy in the next room. By the smell of the breakfast Momo was about to start. By the warmth of the morning. By the weight of the sword at rest, not ready, not waiting, at rest. The way a tool rests when the work it was made for is finished and the hand that held it can finally open. The mark on his forehead glowed once. Soft. Like a heartbeat finding its rhythm after a long time out of sync. Like a fire that had burned through everything it needed to burn and had settled, at last, into the gentle, sustaining warmth that was its truest form. And then the morning went on, as mornings do.
Huge respect to the legends fueling this journey. Your support is the engine behind everything we do. Whether you're on the front lines or reaching for the stars, you make this possible. Pro heroes, the elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. DA, Fire 05, GVZLNS21. Symbol of peace. The pillars of the community. The titans who keep our foundation solid and the hype at an all-time high. Christopher Costa, That Other Guy Too, Chad Reynolds, Zachariah Allison, T. Maki 68 Rimuru, Nuh-uh, Kelvin Bowman, Mr. Panda, A.Z. Otros, Dweller of the Deepest Depths, Lone Wolf, Jacob Rops, Christian Mullins, Bully Maguire Shadow, Neostar Productions, Osael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Thunder, Suna Wind 631, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Akuma no Akami, Chris Talley, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SK Eater, Eikeno Himejima, Corey Tokars, Yan, Devin Black, Crow, Dasher Dames, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alastor, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie 60, Ignacio. Hope of the universe, the ultimate guardians, celestial tiers supporters whose impact literally shines across the galaxy. Noroi Uzumaki Uchiha, Keishan, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Sean Brooks, Debs, L.S. Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, I Shoot X50, Greg Green, James, Quanyan Thompson, Juan, and Zeno KJ.
And that is the story of Izuku Midoriya, the son reborn, the kindest person in the room, the last thing anyone who crossed him ever saw coming. If you made it this far, you're built different. Drop a comment, hit subscribe, and turn on notifications, because this is only the beginning. And trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next.